It is 6 o'clock and 17 seconds. I will call the City Council meeting of June 7th, 2022 to order. I am presiding this evening at the request of Mayor Severns. Per rule number 5 of our Adoption Council Rules of Procedure, my presiding as Mayor Pro Tem shall not in any way abridge my right to vote upon all questions coming before the council tonight. Invocation tonight is going to be led by Pastor Greg Steible, Whidbey Presbyterian Church. Pastor Steible, are you ready? I see your shiny face.
I am, yes.
Thank you. If you
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, we can. If you would be so kind just to rise, and those that want to participate, please bow your heads. Thank you.
Greetings all from Whidbey Presbyterian Church. Please take a moment with me while I pray. Everlasting and eternal Lord, I look to you this evening for wisdom for our leaders. You have created this beautiful island and brought people here to live on it, and we give you thanks for it. I thank you for the businesses, the nonprofit organizations, the first responders, churches, schools, parks, medical facilities, and all that is good here. And I ask that you would give these particular leaders here today a wisdom as they discern how best to lead the citizens of this city. Give them guidance and hope. Bring a spirit of congeniality and joy to this room. And I pray this in your holy name. Amen.
Today's meeting may be viewed via YouTube and on cable channel 10-HD 1090. City staff are participating both in person and via teleconference. Guests that are included in staff presentations will be excused from Ring Central meeting at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. Roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Munns. Councilmember Heisen.
Present.
Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Hoffmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Wiesner.
Present.
Councilmember Stuckey.
Present.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem, including yourself, all members of council are present.
Thank you. All right, approval of agenda. Are there any suggested changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Presentation, honors, and proclamation. There are none this evening, so we will go to citizen comment period. On corresponding agenda items during the meeting, there are many ways to contact us, including our website, via email, and by phone. We have received several comments from the public since our last regular meeting, which were forwarded to council and will be displayed now. City Clerk, are there any members of the public present who wish to speak?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Munns, we do have a list. First on our list this evening is, and please forgive me if I mispronounce anyone's name, is Sue Carajalios.
Corrales. One statement I'd like to make. There are many, many here tonight. We must leave it to 3 minutes, and Julie has a timer, and she won't cheat you on it, I'll guarantee you. But because of so many people and so many signed up. So please be kind, and we will be, this is, I'm so glad that you are here to make statements. Thank you very much for coming. Ms. Corrales.
May I move this over? I'm not going to set anything up. Oh, that's the clock timer. No, I have the timer. Oh, then, I didn't know that. A pointer. Okay. Again, I apologize. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Munns and City Council members, for allowing me to come before you. I'm here to speak as an experienced former council voice who has served in your seat as well as the state legislature, and to remind each of you that you have taken an oath of office to follow the rules, regulations, and codes of the City of Oak Harbor and the State of Washington. Those rules adopted by the city's government include the use of the hybrid Robert Sturgis Rules of Parliamentary Order. It is my good fortune that I have a background in that to some extent. I want to make it very, very clear as to how it applies to the council action of 2021 as to the statute gift and a past precedent. I am not here to discuss the merits of the project, but may make mention of the status as I have been told and shown the contract and realize the possible future ramifications. The Angel de Crevetad has been a project that has been made extremely contentious, whether you like it or not as a flashpoint, but the contention has come also from some having chosen to misuse positions to misrepresent what can happen, what is, what in fact any action may be taken, and even not letting it be known how limited. And it needs to be clear on the original motion that was passed, only can any action be initiated by someone who voted that night in 2021 and that the council took action and that person voted on the prevailing side. Again, if it has to do with that action. Each of you are elected and have pledged to uphold the use of these rules of order as adopted by the city. Again, the action items have been made clear with this hybrid. The 2021 council meeting that was held, Mayor Severns was chairing it. He followed all the rules. He saw to it the council followed the regulations, and what was done correctly. The precedent I'm going to talk about happened in 2003 of Oak Harbor City Council. I was just starting my council term, and the issues concerning the Oak Harbor Yacht Club land use lease and the city came forward in much the same way as the statute issue. An effort was being made by a council member or two to repeal the formally adopted land lease contract of 2002, but they did not have the parliamentary right to bring forth that change. As a certified Sturgis Roberts hybrid knowledgeable person, I was approached by the attorney Phil Blyle and asked if I would like to speak since I had worked and operated under both systems. Again, I also referred to and came before with MRSC, the Municipal Research Support Center, with the council members, which is available for council members and mayors to access. In 203, further explained there were consequences that would occur if, in fact, the council went forward as intended to restrict and change. And that's the end of 3 minutes. I apologize, but I am very concerned and I just would like to tie it up. I'm asking you to do your due diligence, to do what you can, but no, the action on that particular item is restricted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claudia Samana.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here. My name is Claudia Samano. I'm the owner of a multicultural, recreational, inclusive recreational studio in Oak Harbor since 2011. I'm also the founder of the virtual organization Cross-Cultural World in Motion and a resident from Oak Harbor since 2007. And because of this, I have seen people from all over the world stepping through the door of my business in Oak Harbor and looking for resources from language classes to movement instruction. I have met military spouses, now residents and citizens from Asia, Europe, Canada, Latin America, and Africa. Some of them, like me, have decided to settle down in this beautiful city that we and our families now call home. I have served thousands of multicultural military and local permanent resident families in the last decade, looking for information, places, and activities. I have taught thousands of children that speak more than one language due to their multilingual households. I can assure you, this is a beautiful, small, diverse town from wherever you can see it. As I understand now, and would like to remind you all, is that even though the cultural settlement of Oak Harbor is Dutch, our town is as multicultural as it can be. And the celebration of this diversity, it won't be towards the residents of Oak Harbor only, but towards Oak Harbor itself, opening the gate for people to come and visit, to enjoy our parks, our businesses, our art, our acceptance, our evolution as community. Sebastian art and sculptors are settled all over the world, in Japan, Spain, Germany, France, and Portugal, including more than 103 sculptors in Texas, and in more than 40 museums around the globe. Sebastian has received numerous awards for this job, and has been featured in nearly 200 solo exhibitions in the United States, including the Pacific Northwest in Bellingham. And please listen to this. He was also inducted into the Royal Academy of Art at the Den Haag, a fine arts academy in the Netherlands. Sebastian's hometown, Mexico, holds very important icons too, like El Caballito, Little Horse. But having said this, his art will not represent the Mexican or Latin American people in this town. It will represent the world where all live in. It will represent the diversity of this town, the inclusion of this town, the acceptance of this town, and the multicultural families, military and not military, and the people of this town, because at the end, we all come from all over the world to this town. The angel of the creativity, El Ángel de la Creatividad, could be the beginning of an interesting and exciting art journey in our community. My family, my students, and I have loved seeing all the murals and pieces of art placed all over our community in the past decade. It gives joy and a sense of connection between us. It is a silent message of unity to our children and our youth. It is an educational community investment that lasts forever. Can I finish? I would love to see the beautiful windmill back too. The angel of creativity is not in a competition with it, nor in a race with anything else. It is an opportunity, an asset that can be added to our town. But if you have any question about anything, the budget involved, and how this will affect you, please do not hesitate to be informed. There is nothing worse than saying no to something you entirely don't understand or know. Let's grow together, Oak Harbor.
Next on our list is, it looks like Kristen, it might be Christy Dunton.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me my time to hear. I love art. I love seeing all the murals and the statues down Pioneer, but this statue is, to me, putting it anywhere is just going to end up being a seagull toilet. And there's reasons why the cities before have turned it down, is because of the cost of for the upkeep and maintenance. People right now, they don't need any more burden added to their plate. You've got families in your town that are struggling right now with prices that keep going up and up with no relief in sight. And this is something that they don't want. The majority, twice, you've sent surveys out, and twice the majority has said, no, we do not want this statue. The first city councils, well, it wasn't an official survey, but there was something that went out because I voiced my opinion on that one as well too. But the second one I voiced no, and a lot of other people voiced no. To see, to put money, maybe to put that money towards another windmill. I love the windmill there. I was sad to see it go. But maybe, put that money towards, like someone said before, getting with art students at Ohio, middle school, even the elementary schools. You got a lot of talented young artists in this town. Get together with them, paint more murals. But this statue is The majority does not want it. And if you truly want to listen to your voters who put you in these seats, you need to tell them, no, we don't want it. It's hard pass. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our list is Celine Cervedias. I had to reset. Had to reset it. Yeah.
I know.
It's ready when you are now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Celine. I know many of you, so thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Just wanted to touch base, and just wanted to bring to everyone's attention that I think there's this really unfortunate perception that the public's been given that this is a controversial piece of art or that the proposed location is controversial. First of all, the art is going to be gray. It's not going to be red, as it's sort of been being viewed on Facebook, and it will be on the side of the park, not the middle of the park. And this will be an addition to the park, but not a replacement for the much-loved Windmill. So just sort of wanted to clarify some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. When I reset before you reach 3 minutes, I have to restart. Thanks, one moment. Next on our list is Joel Cervedias.
Thanks, Julie. Thank you, Council. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm here to speak in support of public art and specifically the Angel of Creativity statue and its installation in Windjammer Park. I think everyone here can agree we appreciate art. Someone has, if you looked around, you've got a favorite painting on the wall at home, you've got something on your desk. People like art in different forms. We're not all going to agree, and I can't be nearly as eloquent as Mr. Weinsheimer as those that went before me, but I just want to reiterate some of the main points here that was my wife touched on. This is a chance to obtain a world-class piece of art. World-class, there's no denying that, for a fraction of a cost or investment. And the gal that spoke earlier named some of the cities, Dublin, Ireland, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, Denver, major cities have an installation by Sebastian. To me, it's kind of a no-brainer. There's a process that we go through for this. The mayor appoints volunteers on the Arts Commission and the Parks Board. Those volunteers represent a vast cross-section of the society. They're then council appointed. Both the Parks Board and the Arts Commission unanimously approved this piece in the park, and then the council approved it last year. That's a process that we go through. The process works. And so I just want to remind everyone of that. As my wife said, the funding, well, she didn't say this, the funding comes, this is something I see in here, the funding comes from a designated fund. It's not from the utility bills. It can't be used for utility bills. You all know that, I hope, where the funding comes from. I want to make sure the public knows that. It's not red, it's light gray or white. It's on the very far edge. The last, desired location was on the very far edge of the park. It's completely in its own little niche over there. I don't know how we keep the seagulls off of a windmill, but that too might be a concern that we'd want to consider. I saw the price tag on the windmill online at $700,000+. This is a chance to get a multi-$100,000 piece of art, and it's not in competition with the windmill, a multi-$100,000 piece of art for a max obligation from the city of $35,000. Unbelievable. So please support it. It amazes me the amount of information or misinformation that's gone out there. I think you'll see even Councilmember Stuckey posted online that most of the people that have shown up and written in are in support of this. I'm paraphrasing your words. The majority of the people that have shown up or written in are in support of that. What I read up there and what I know I'll witness here tonight, I think will testify to the same thing. Thank you.
Next on our list is Tina Gluth.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak. I oppose the look of the artwork. I personally don't care who does it, who did it, who designed it. I don't feel like it's going to bring in thousands of people to come in and look at it, my opinion. That's why We have this great thing called democracy that we get to come and do this. What I don't understand is if the council approved it, the parks approved it and all that, why did the city do a vote on it, which 72% of the people opposed it that voted. And from what I hear, it's a $35,000 donation. I don't think that's the max amount that it's gonna cost to put that up. That's, I thought, going back to the artist. Now, I could be wrong. I know that there's a lot of stuff that comes along with putting a piece of artwork up. There's, that's in Native American digging zone, so you have to have a bunch of stuff to do that. I don't have a problem with artwork. I love all the art around the city. I find that a really big eyesore. I understand it's going to be gray. To me, it looks like almost a cell phone tower, which are not pretty in this town. We've, had problems with that. I hope that other people showed up. I posted that to please come and state your opinion. And if I still don't, I guess I'm really not understanding why, if this was all agreed upon and it was going to be a done deal, why was there a vote on it? Posted on Facebook and whatnot, where the majority of the people did not want this. And I think it should go somewhere else. I don't think our city beach is the place for it. It's not attractive. I don't think people are going to like it. I think it's going to be tagged, as we call it, which I thought a lot of other things can too, but I think it's extremely ugly. That's my opinion. And I hope that whatever happens, I guess happens. Well, we'll find that out. Is it everybody, who here is against it? Just curious. Can we not do that? Okay.
Thank you, though, for your testimony. I appreciate that. Next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next on our list is John Kingsbury.
Well, I don't know how to follow that. I'm John Kingsbury. I'm the treasurer of Sculpture Northwest, so I'm writing the checks. We've spent close to $100,000 on this of our money, not city money. There's no city money going into this other than the $35,000 that's going to come back to this ugly piece
Point of
art
order.
we talk about. All right. I hear a lot of Facebook. I'm not a Facebook person. I was compelled the other day to read 230 some odd Facebook chants, mixed a lot of positives, a lot of negatives. Councilman Stuckey, I appreciate your input on that. Same with you, Jim. I would think that a person in a position of leadership, when they see misinformation, would at least attempt to correct it instead of egg it on. But somebody who's knocked on as many doors of this town, who says he had 7,300 now, it keeps going up every time he talks about it, a negative, and they don't want this. This is an impossible feat. You could not have possibly knocked on that many doors. There's only 9,300 doors in the whole city. So if you're gonna, I know you have an agenda and you have your own personal opinions, and I understand that. And not everybody's gonna love this piece of art. There's pieces of art here in this city that I don't really care for. But that doesn't mean I don't expect them to be here. And as to the maintenance issue, she's right. We have changed that to address the maintenance issue, but we live by the water. There are gonna be birds, and there's gonna have to be a plan. The city currently has no plan for maintenance of any of its art. None. And part of our mission and our agreement was to formulate one, and we have a plan that the Arts Commission is going to support the maintenance of public art. It hasn't been finalized yet, but the whole thing hasn't been finalized. In fact, on my way here today, we got the final report on the engineering, and we went to great deal of expense and labor to tear this piece of art apart. We had to take all the Bondo off of it and all the paint. And unless you've seen this piece of art in person, it's hard to fathom, but it is a magnificent piece of artwork. You've seen artist renderings and maybe a picture of it laying on its side. And I think if you give it a chance and it's placed in this place, and believe me, if it's 30 feet more to the west, it wouldn't even be in the park. It really will not affect anything in that park. The windmill, and I'm all for it. If we can do this as a public or private project and donate that windmill to the city to keep the costs down, fantastic. But it's going to take up much more room in the park. So please, if you're not informed, get informed. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on our list to speak is Vicki Graham.
Good evening, I'm Vicki Graham, the Executive Director of the Oak Harbor Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here about the 4th of July. 4th of July is moving forward. I'm going to put a personal invitation out there to you to come join me in the dunk booth during the festivals, as well as come join me at the parade. We also have Military Appreciation Picnic coming up on September the 10th, and I would hope to see most of you there, if not all of you there. Ace Hardware is our entertainment sponsor, so we do have a live band for July 4th. The name is False Sense of Security, but it's supposed to be a good band, so we will see. But I'm just here to invite you out. Please let me know ASAP if you're going to be in the parade so I can make preparations. But thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes the people who signed up to speak.
All right, thank you very much. I know some people maybe didn't have a chance to sign up. Is there anyone that would like to add comment at this period before I close it, please? Yes, sir. Go ahead and,
One
Thank you.
moment.
wait. Introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
My name is Les Richardson. I'm not against art, no religious pieces. However, I ask you, the City Council of Oak Harbor, to leave City Beach, or Windjammer, as it is now called, open for public use, such as family gatherings, sports, enjoying fireworks, etc., not blocking the surrounding views with an art display. Overwhelmingly, the majority of Oak Harbor taxpayers do not want this chunk of metal brought in and blocking the view of the mountains and waterfront of the park. We already have a sewage treatment plant that is blocking a big majority of that view. The majority of Oak Harbor citizens have already spoken in a poll, and you, the City Council, voted against our will. Please rethink your decision. If you must place it somewhere, place it elsewhere, out of the view of our natural beauty. Additionally, the art piece is called Angel Delic, I can't even say it, Creative Dead Sculpture. I do not think it fits in the history or culture of Whidbey Island or Oak Harbor. Thank you for your time.
Yes, would you like to speak? Would you please step up and give your name? Thank you.
Absolutely. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Miguel Lozada. I'm a 9-year Navy veteran. I've been here for 15 years and sharing this beautiful community with all of you. I consider this statue a great opportunity for the community to represent our diversity values. I understand the windmill. I also miss the windmill. It was a great, feature. But I consider placing this statue, this art of work, which has international standards, it's a great opportunity for this town for all people from elsewhere to come and see the diversity that we hopefully will praise and value. Thank you. Vote yes for the statue. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, please step up and give us your name, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Wade. I'm a resident of Oak Harbor. I support the statue. I also would like to say that I don't think Facebook is a very subjective place to really gather information necessarily about public opinion, because the comment section can turn into an ugly place, and not everybody here is going to be willing to speak their mind on Facebook. I think it would be a mistake, obviously, to go mining for Facebook information on a issue that was probably already settled. So if that happened, I would find that to be very disappointing. And I would look to the council to be harbingers of truth and to not let misinformation spread on social media too. So if you're not doing that, maybe I would ask you to please do that, because controversy is not going to really help us. And I think maybe this issue has gotten way more controversial than it needs to be. But I think it would be a real shame to let this opportunity pass us, to put something in this town that could put us on the map and give us something in common with a lot of other very distinguished places. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Would you please step up to the podium and give your name? Thank you. You have to wait for the 3-minute timer.
Okay, I'll be brief. Thank you very much. My name is Glenn Cart, and the questions I have that I would ask the council is, we must have this because, we must spend taxpayer dollars on this because, I understand, and I may be incorrect, that there is the Arts Commission, there are funds granted towards the Arts Commission, et cetera, et cetera. However, at the end of the day, it is still taxpayer funds that are being expended on something that there are many in the town who are opposed to, both aesthetically and most certainly financially. It is my opinion that there are many other things that could be contributed towards the community without an exorbitant taxpayer cost, especially when it, for many citizens, is unwanted, and it will become a scar on the park by the view of some. A number of years ago, the city council hired an artist, I believe, to do a new rendering of a symbol for Oak Harbor. And as I understand, that was in the tens of thousands of dollars for someone to come up with a drawing. Something that money could have been spent in the high schools, the middle schools, art departments, had a contest for the kids to come up with a new symbol and selected from that. If we're going to be prudent, especially during these constrained times when people are financially pressed, to take an attitude of, we're going to be an artsy community versus a functional community taking care of the needs of the citizens, and we need to reconsider. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, please just state your name and wait for that.
Happily. Hi, I'm Tiffany Scribner. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't know much about the angel until very recently. But I think it's really important to take into consideration a couple of things. One is that we are on an island. We are the largest town on this island. And in my humble opinion, we have the least attractions for tourism. People drive through this town and they keep going. They stop at our big box stores, or they keep going. They drive through McDonald's, or they keep going. We need things to bring people here and to make them stop. And while I agree that maybe this angel isn't the most beautiful thing that every person in this room has ever seen, art is different for everyone. I have 2 degrees in art, and I've never seen a single piece of art that everyone agreed on, that everyone thought was beautiful, or everyone thought was important. There are famous pieces of art that we don't even understand who made them, and yet they are in museums. It is important for our community to look at the bigger picture and to think about the long term. And I believe that not considering a piece of art that is viewed by many as an important piece of art and would be a gift to our city as something to take serious consideration and to put the time and effort to suss out how it would really affect us, I think that's a real problem that needs to be taken care of. We need to think this through. And yes, I recognize that there is taxpayer dollars that people are concerned about spending. You can't spend the money that was set aside for the Arts Commission in the schools. That is a fallacy. That's not how that money works. You can't take that money and put it somewhere else. It will go for art or it will not go. And anyone who is selling something else is doing just that, selling it. So I think it's really important that we all are informed in this room and we're all on the same page, understanding that this money that would be used to install this doesn't have other uses. It will either go for art or it will not. And if we're going to spend $35,000 on something, surely it should be something that helps our town have better tourism, better renown, a place in a list with other sculptures across the world and places that people are visiting because they want to see art. We have done much to beautify downtown and to bring art to it, to reflect the artists who are all over this entire island, who come here, who flock here because it is such a beautiful place that they want to create art here. I'm not saying this is the only thing we should do, or maybe even that it's completely the right thing to do, but to dismiss it because you think it's ugly, or to dismiss it because you think it's going to cost too much, there's a real problem there, and that would be a big fault. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to add comments at this time, please? Yes, please. State your name.
My name is Shelly Richardson, and I think the only, I understand art. I think the biggest thing is placement. I really do. I've been here since 1995. I've seen a lot of things come and go. I've seen the park redone. And it would be nice if the view wasn't destroyed, or, I've heard that it's going in right next to the Western concession stand. I don't know if that's still the location at the Windjammer Park. I'm not even sure exactly where it's going. But I think just placement is one of the big things in addition to maintenance. And those are my concerns.
Any other comments, please? We welcome them. We don't mind. We really won't. Just state your name, please.
My name.
And you can move that down so it fits you. Thank you.
My name is Debbie Carter McNeil. We're new to Oak Harbor. We moved here last year, about this time. We've been coming up for 20 years because our son was in the Navy, and so we ended up here. We love this town. We knew we were going to retire here. So here we are, and we just love it because it's Dutch, and it's just the darlingest little island out here. And I think we should just keep it Dutch and keep it that theme. And I'd be disappointed in the new one, but and I'm not an art person, so I don't care for it. I just want to say that the Dutch is the reason we came, and thank you.
Anyone else? I see a hand. I don't see a face. Just come on in and state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Jean Hamer Clark. I went to high school here. I moved to Oak Harbor in 1969, and no, I wasn't a baby then. I've owned businesses here. I've been in Girl Scouts. I've been in many other organizations trying to promote the arts. I also have a degree in art. I remember the Flintstone car. I remember the windmill when it went up. I remember everything about this town. And in the last 10 years, because this town has been such a wasteland of culture and a draw, people drive through it. My business was on Pioneer Way, And it was a two-way then, which is another argument. So people still weren't drawn down there, even with quarter beer night and everything else that, happened down there. It was like a place to go through to get to somewhere else. And many, many people in this town have tried to go and make this a destination. And no, I don't agree on the architecture of the new park. No, I'm sad that the trees are gone. There's many things about it that I don't like, but I am so excited about what's been happening the last 10 years in my town. The Oak Harbor Music Festival, the murals going up on the walls, the art installations on the one-way street. It's fabulous. And to be able to get this new statue that is by somebody other than a local person that's renowned, that will be a draw, and that will teach younger people about art, that it's subjective. It means something different to everybody. Somebody might see an angel, somebody might see a snap-on wrench. It is just what it is. Art is anything man-made or woman-made, and I don't agree with maybe the location. Maybe it should go over by Alfie's in that other park where the Flintstone car was. Who knows? But I would like you to consider to accept it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Here's your chance. Yes, sir, please. State your name.
My name is Bill Weinsheimer, and I believe that art is the crux of humanity, and I think that art is really important for any civilization and any community. And I don't understand why we would not accept this piece of art. Art is sometimes beautiful, it's sometimes ugly, and judging from all the people here, it is often controversial. And that is really important. That's what makes our community what it is, and it's what makes any community stronger, and it's what makes people better. And so I would encourage you to accept this piece of art, let people enjoy it, let people speak about it, let people look at it and be in awe of this creative angel and have their own feelings. Please accept this piece of art.
Anyone else? Are you sure? I appreciate all of you for taking your time tonight. We have all listened with both ears, and we will put a thought. But there's been some things that have come before, so we just have to put it all together. But I really appreciate very much you coming and speaking to us. We won't always agree, but we should agree to peacefully disagree, and whatever decision is made, we should all work to make it work on however it is. So thank you so much for coming. You're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of our meeting. May not be as interesting as the comments, but we so appreciate you taking the time, whether you've had dinner yet or you rushed and the dishes are still at home and the dog is licking the plate. So whatever, but thank you so much. If you'd like to leave, please feel free. If not, we would love to have you stay and listen to our business meeting. So thank you all so very, very much. All right, I'll get started with mayor comments. Upcoming
Mayor
events.
Pro Tem,
Yes.
consent agenda.
Oh, sorry, skipped over that. Consent agenda. We will now move to the consent agenda. Staff has presented the list consent items, all of which were included in the meeting packet. Are there any objections or changes to the consent agenda? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved as presented. Okay, mayor comments, upcoming events and announcements. Oak Harbor Intermediate School sixth grader Kylie Hawkins was recently chosen for induction into the 2022 AAA School Safety Patrol Hall of Fame for outstanding leadership and dedication to traffic safety. Oak Harbor High School senior saxophonist Ralph Ramir has been selected by the Navy Sea Cadet Corps School of Music to train at the school before performing at multiple ceremonies and Independence Day Parade in Washington, D.C. Community events. The weekly farmers market is taking place at Windjammer Park on Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 this summer. Buskers on the Corner began last week on Friday, June 3rd. This event will offer live music for local musicians and take place every Friday through August 26th between 5 and 6 p.m. in the pop-up plaza stage at Pioneer Way and Dock Street. The Sasquatch Walk is June 25th between 1 and 5 p.m. Register to join the fun and enjoy a bite at downtown restaurants. Sign up at the Oak Harbor Main Street Association website. 4th of July festivals will take place on Saturday, July 2nd through Monday, July 4th, as shown here. Visit the Oak Harbor Chamber of Commerce website for more details. Everybody have a chance to view this? Okay. Office closures. On June 17th, city offices will be closed to the public beginning at noon to allow our staff to attend the memorial service for Amy Stevens. Amy served the city of Oak Harbor for over 3 decades, working in both public works and finance. City offices will also be closed on Monday, June 20th, in observance of Juneteenth Day. And personally, this week, I was able to go to Habitat for Humanity, and an amazing accomplishment. They have gone through applications, and they are going to award 6 families their beginning on home ownership program. So that is just amazing. So hopefully in a year, they will have their house completed. And most of them had little bitty children, so you know they're going to need space, but it was nice. A lot of volunteers and a lot of the staff came. We had someone from the center who's going to be starting this truck, so it was neat. And that's all I have right now. Council, who else would like to add something to their comments today? Mr. Hoffmark.
We were asked tonight to put facts forward, and I think this council as a whole, that's exactly what we do. There is a lot of misinformation out there. I don't think it's coming from council's side. You know, to address some of the comments, this isn't about me at all. This is about the people of Oak Harbor. I did, over 4 months during the campaign, knock on 7,300 doors. Yes, there are 9,400 total, and I wanted to get to all of them. Couldn't quite pull it off. Another fact, got almost 74% of the vote. That's not because my opponent is a bad person. My opponent is a fine man. My former opponent was a fine man and has a great family. But what the people of Oak Harbor continued to say, they continued to pour their heart out. They continued to explain how desperate for representation they were, how desperate for results they were. Another fact, the survey that the city sent out had 760 responses. 72% of those that are in city limits that responded voted no. It's pretty clear what we need to do here. You know, to address one of the comments at the beginning, the city has a lawyer. You know, we have been given verbal opinion. We've been given written opinions, and it very clearly lays out the termination clause in the contracts. So this is something that the current council will have to address. And there are over 24,000 citizens in Oak Harbor that we have to represent. And whatever the outcome is, council will do the best to represent everybody. I've set up here 3 meetings in a row, I think it is. I continue to question whether there's room for compromise on this, whether it's a different location. A lot of the supporters of the piece even seem to think another location would be better. So I will ask what I've continued to ask. Is there room for compromise? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Evans, please.
So when we are elected to represent the citizens of Oak Harbor. And so I do have a request to council and administration. When we are accepting public comment, I really do need to know if they're citizens of Oak Harbor. You know, when I first moved here, one of the things that was standard was please state your name and your address. That way we knew who we were listening to. And right now, we're not seeing that. We see comments with no address. We see commenters that just state their name. I appreciate their opinions. I appreciate their comments. I appreciate them taking the time. But I was elected to represent the citizens of Oak Harbor, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side? Mr. Stuckey, please.
Well, for those watching online and those that decided to stay, thank you so much. The input is valued. We've been begging people to give us input, and we've gotten it through one medium or another, whether it be a survey, social media comments, emails, or coming in person. It's all valued, it's all heard, and it should be heard equally. I don't have a magic answer on how to proceed. All we can do, and all I can do, is listen to people and try to find the solution that satisfies the majority of individuals. But whatever decision we make is not going to be acceptable to everybody. So I'd love to see a harmonious city, or one that's at least as harmonious and welcoming as possible. And I sincerely hope that those that feel that they lost, regardless if they're for or against, try to look at the positives either way. And those that won, to not gloat and to move on. This has become about a lot more than a sculpture. It's become a conversation of, are the citizens of Oak Harbor being heard or not? Speaking for myself, as I mentioned, I've read every comment on the survey, on the social media. I've listened to folks and seen the emails, and as my wife can attest, there's been quite a few sleepless nights. I hope sincerely that those that have heard me speak or seen my comments in person or online feel that I am trying to understand both sides, because there is a lot to both sides. But regardless of the outcome, I hope everyone feels heard, and I hope, whether they like the outcome or not, that they continue to lend their input to the litany of important decisions that our city faces now and in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, do you want to? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am just going to say that the Oak Harbor Youth Football and Cheer League is having a pancake breakfast this Saturday at Applebee's from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tickets are $10, and we'd love to see everybody come down. Also, early registration discount for the Youth Football and Cheer League ends on June 15th. So hurry up and sign up at ohfcl.org.
Do they need to pre-buy a ticket ahead of time or at the Applebee's?
Tickets are available ahead of time, but we will sell them at the door as well.
Okay, good to know. Yes.
Thank you. And on that note, also the fundraising for the Windmill is going to be kicking off this week. ohwindmill.com, ohwindmill.com, and Blue Fox Drive-In Friday and Saturday. Friday and Saturday, we're going to be at the Blue Fox Drive-In with just an informational tent set up to kind of kick off the campaign, and in a fun way, and just be out there answering questions about how we're going to actually make this happen. I think we have a plan. So, thank you.
Thank you. And my apologies if I forgot to ask them for their address, but I think most of them indicated that they did live here in their talk. But I am sorry. I apologize to council for not specifically reminding them to give the address. Thank you. Sometimes they refuse to give the address, too. All right, next item, City Administrator. Are you ready, sir?
I have no comments. I think we had enough tonight, so. I have 2 items later on, so I'll be able to comment later, so.
All right, so
Thank
you're
you.
saving your voice up. I've got that. I've got that. Okay, public hearing and meetings, 6A, ordinance number 1945, 2019 DOE Stormwater Manual and Adoption Action. And our presenter is? Alex. Sorry, I couldn't tell. I was looking at two different pictures. Alex, our engineer, would you please take it away?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Alex Warner, the city engineer. So this item was brought to council at a previous workshop, and we were asked to make some revisions of this ordinance. We have done so, and they've been reviewed and approved by our interim attorney. So again, this is for the MS4 Phase 2 permit that we hold with the Department of Ecology to be in compliance with their stormwater standards. The latest issue of the permit was 2019, and in that we were required to adopt the 2019 Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington by June 30th, so end of this month. And our proposed ordinance 1945 will meet this requirement. Again, we made the revisions as directed, requested by council at the workshop. So now the new ordinance specifically refers to the 2019 version of the Stormwater Management Manual rather than a generic statement of the latest version of the manual. So this is showing the existing text we have in our municipal code and the revisions. I've underlined the changes in the quotes at the bottom of the screen. So again, it's the 2019 manual that we're specifically referencing. In addition, we're adding we're codifying the requirement that all developments shall be in compliance with this manual to clarify that. There's another two sections in the code that refer to or that define what the Stormwater Management Manual is. And you can see in the existing text above and the revised text below, the only thing we are changing is the year of the manual from 2012 to 2019. So with that, I would recommend that council move to adopt this ordinance, and I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Julie, has there been any public comment given?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, there has not. You will want to open this as a public hearing,
Okay.
and then we can call for any additional comments.
I will open the public hearing on ordinance number 1945, 2019 Department of Ecology Stormwater Manual Adoption Action. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on it? Seeing none, I will close public hearing, and I will ask the council if they have any questions of our engineer Alex on this ordinance change. All right, is there someone willing to make the motion and second it? Mr. Wiesner, please.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I move to adopt ordinance 1945, amending Oak Harbor Municipal Code Section 12.30.310, adopting Oak Harbor Municipal Section 12.30.311, and amending Oak Harbor Municipal Code Sections 20.02.020 and 21.10.070.
Second.
A lot of zeros.
We have a motion as stated in the packet, and we've had a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. Thank you. All right, let's move on to 6B, ordinance number 1950, zoning code revision, housekeeping. Development Service Director David Cool will present this, and he's in person. Yay! Yeah.
New guy. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tems, member of council. I think we need to move this forward. This is a text amendment, and it's called housekeeping. And as you remember from our workshop, housekeeping is a review and an update and minor changes to the code to help bring clarity. It's also designed to try and update certain sections that are outdated, and it also will match up other areas of code. This housekeeping item, there's actually 4 areas to change. And I've got a misprint on there. It wasn't May 24th, 2007. It was actually just last month. So the Planning Commission voted 4-1 to approve the housekeeping amendment. And there is one area tonight I would like to propose for amendment later in this presentation. So I'll go through all 4 items, and then we can talk about it at the end. So the first section is section 8.05.050, more zeros. The fire sprinklers to be required in duplexes and townhomes. And so this is a new concept that Chief Merrill and Fire Marshal Buxton have both been asking for. The reason is there's been a number of fires in some of these attached units, and they would like to bring more safety to the situation. This is done through NFPA 13D, and that's a fire sprinkler requirement that is actually a lesser standard than the full-blown fire sprinklers you might see in a commercial building, so it's a more affordable route to go. The next section we'd like to talk about is the existing buildings code, and that's section 8.05.020. This would match the non-conforming code that's already in the zoning ordinance with the existing buildings code in the Oak Harbor Municipal Code. So it would just simply match up the same language. And that language is the alteration or restoration of a building at 50% of its real valuation exclusive of foundations. And this is rather than 60% of the current replacement value. So this just basically matches up existing code throughout. And this brings about more consistency so people don't get confused. As you recall, last time there were some questions brought up, and I think some of those questions were really dealing with county regulations. And so we've clarified that this is nothing at all like what the county does. Also, we have a section of industrial regulations, section 19.20.730. Zoning matrix, as you know, was recently created, and that's a very effective tool for us to show to customers and create ease of understanding. We created that with the idea of getting rid of a lot of written language that just leads to confusion. So unfortunately, we left in a section that was existing industrial code, and so we'd like to propose just to remove that. And so that's a straightforward change. The last item we'd like to talk about tonight, that's accessory dwelling units. Section 19.42.050. ADUs, that means accessory dwelling unit, is required to have an owner actually live on the property currently. The American Planning Association, which is the guideline we use, the organization itself has made recommendations to most cities and counties to get rid of that requirement to have someone live on the property. As you know, as a planning department, we don't regulate who lives in a house. That's not our job. That's not what we do. And the other reason we'd like to do this is Oak Harbor is actually densifying neighborhoods through zoning changes that you have seen through Ray Lindenberg coming to you with density changes. So it makes sense to just get rid of this particular unneeded language. So those are the 4 items we'd like to amend. The next steps, we're thinking maybe the best path of travel here would be to discuss the fire sprinklers, also fire insurance, as well as the fire ISO rating, which is a rating that the fire department gets based on its capabilities to prevent fires. And then also the building code. Our building administrator, she'll be able to clarify for us the fire separation requirements that can be done either in addition to, or if fire sprinklers are put into a house, an attached unit that would not need to be put in. So we think that this would probably be best discussed in a workshop so that we're not trying to dive into a lot of detail here. And so the next 3 slides will outline a process that we have outlined for you to make motions and amendments to get there. So I've talked to Lisa Marshall, one of our attorneys, and she outlined a process for us today. It'll help us to approve 3 out of the 4 housekeeping amendments, and then the last motion would not approve the fire sprinklers. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of you. Obviously, it's your decision. You tell us what you'd like to do, and we'll go forward with that. I've tried to create a path here that will help you to stay on track. So, first step would be to make a recommended motion, and this is the one in your packet. It's the recommended motion to approve OHMC text amendments relating to housekeeping. And so you would do that as well as ask for a second. The next step would be to do a recommended amendment. And that would say, I move to amend Ordinance 1950 to delete Section 1, 8.05.050. And that's your fire sprinkler section. And I'll go back, I'll leave these on the screen for you so you can use them if you elect to do that. That would also need a second as well as a vote. So you need to vote on that one. The third one is to move to approve Ordinance 1950 as amended, and that would require a vote as well. So that's our proposed changes to this particular item, and we're available for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much. I need to formally open a public hearing on these items of code amendments. Is there anyone in the audience who has an opinion they'd like to express at this time or a question? Doesn't look like we have any, so I will close the public hearing and then ask council about questions or comments or discussion at this time. Councilman Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Cool, I'm sorry, could you, I need some clarification. We're deleting the bit about sprinklers, but I thought we wanted sprinklers. Help me.
What I've done here today is I have anticipated some possible motions, and so you're free to keep sprinklers in there if that's something you'd like to do. The sprinkler information we thought could be clarified perhaps in a workshop to go through those 4 items that I was talking about earlier. So there's different types of buildings, and there are an ISO rating that we get from the Fire Rating Service, as well as other factors such as fire insurance that we want to talk about in a workshop so that everyone can be on the same page and understand the benefits of going with fire sprinklers. We thought it was probably best to do that in a workshop rather than an open hearing like this, so that you can ask questions and feel comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. I was just confused by the language that said that taking action would delete the requirement if we were going to discuss it later. I guess, yeah, it was just under the impression that we were going to deal with it later in the workshop. So, yeah, I'll wait to hear what everybody else has to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions? Oh, sorry, Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So regarding the existing building program, I kind of see that a little bit tied into that sprinkler thing a bit, because you know, the 50%. Once you go over the 50% threshold in a townhome, right? And if we add sprinklers as a requirement, is that only new construction? It can't be retroactive, even though the other ordinance we're looking at potentially says that it must be brought up to current code.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay,
Chief,
just check it.
Chief, I'm looking at you.
Okay, just making sure. So, Mr. Cool and I had spoken previously, referenced the sprinkling system, and we felt it would probably be in the best interest to have more discussion on the ramifications of fire sprinkler systems in duplexes and multifamily residential townhomes. This does not apply to apartments or condos because they fall under a different building code requirement. When we consider the 50% threshold versus the 60%, that has to do with any structure in the city. If somebody was to remodel a commercial occupancy and put more than, currently for our code, more than 60% of the replacement value, they'd have to bring that building up to full compliance of the code as it reads today. So it's not just limited to duplexes and/or townhomes. So by reducing that to 50%, the fire code, the building code are in conjunction with one another with that threshold for bringing things up to current replacement value and bringing up to current code. Just like when it's a change in occupancy, it has to be brought up to current code standards. So we felt it was best to maybe have a little more discussion on fire sprinklers because there is some misinformation out there, the cost of 13D systems, and when we discuss this in our group, I'm going to get probably a little more in the weeds than some of you want to know about fire sprinklers, but when we're all said and done, you'll have a better understanding of what we are talking about and the difference between a 13R, 13D, a PEX system, a plastic pipe system, a steel pipe system, the benefits thereof, and what the overall cost ratio is. Unfortunately, I saw some sprinkler plans that came in for a building that was going to go into the city here recently, and for a 13D system, the contractor had quoted it out at almost $9 a square foot, which is 3.5 times higher than the average rate for a 13D system. So we want to make sure that our developers aren't getting the short end of the stick, so to speak, on costing. So we want to make sure that we're all on the same page when we're talking fire sprinkler systems and 13D systems and why we're looking that direction.
So I am correct a little bit in the fact that these two are a little bit tied together when it comes to townhomes, right? Again, if I were to remodel a townhome, after, under current code, I could spend up to 60% of the replacement cost of that townhome and not hit a threshold to bring it up to current fire code. With this change, I would be allowed 50% of the current value, which of course is a lot different than the replacement cost. And then I would have to bring it up to current code. So later on, if we pass the sprinkler ordinance, that townhome, that threshold, if we adjust the threshold, we could find ourselves with people with townhomes having to add sprinkler systems during a remodel of the interior of their townhome.
Yes, and this is kind of an interesting conundrum because when we look at a townhome, we consider fire flow for the entire building, for the entire square footage of the structure, but when we consider a townhome, those are single-family residences, as you well know, between unit 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're a single-family unit. If there was a fire in one unit and the 50% value of that wouldn't compare to the 50% value of the entire structure. So this is stuff we want to talk about more in depth at a workshop.
And I guess that's where I'm getting at. What I guess what I'm getting at is the two of these are kind of a little tied together, right? I mean, I want to make sure that I understand what we're doing here, right? If we're creating a lower threshold for a fire requirement, and at the same time we haven't decided if we're going to create a new fire requirement, I'm thinking the two of these are a little tied together. So my tendency is that this be part of that same discussion. I realize, that we're talking about, a broader stroke with this. I mean, we're talking about commercial buildings and everything else, but it does have an effect upon the townhome ordinance and the sprinkler systems because we would be kind of doing these out of order, I guess, if we move forward with this one without knowing if we're going to put in the requirement of a sprinkler system in a townhome.
And what's interesting is under the Washington State amendments, townhomes have already been codified to be sprinkled. The city of Oak Harbor has never adopted that codification for sprinkler systems in townhomes. So our code doesn't require it. State Building Code Council does require it by adoption. Residential Building Code also shows it as an appendix, but we haven't adopted that either.
And so you're going to bring us that whole appendix at the workshop.
this thick.
That's right. And we're gonna know everything we need to know about fire systems, right? And I'd like to probably see that we put off that second amendment until we understand in entirety what it's affecting, if in fact we're adding fire system. And if in fact that's what we're doing, and great, but at least we know it, what we're doing when we're making that change. So that's my 2 cents.
And that was one of the conversations that Mr. Cool and I had discussed. We want to make sure you all know what you're supposed to know.
Yep. Yep, we appreciate that very much, very much.
Anyone else on this side for right now? All right, we will go to this side. Anyone? I have a question. So if council chose to not do the motion for fire sprinklers and not do the motion for existing buildings and wait till the workshop, but felt confident enough to do the permitted principal uses in industrial zones and accessory dwelling units, we could choose to do that, correct?
Yes, you could. In fact, from what I'm hearing, it really wouldn't offend me at all if you wanted to just continue the whole item to a date certain, to give us enough time to do a workshop and consider everything all at once, because these changes are not really critical to anything that's going on that I'm aware of, unless there's somebody that's proposing to try and do a house deal that has a accessory dwelling unit attached to it in some fashion. So I certainly leave that to you if that's something you'd like to do as council.
Okay, the second question I had is, in this special workshop, sometimes we are allowed to really zero in on kind of 1, maybe 2 items, not all 17 of them. Would we take action at that workshop, or would you want to wait till the next council meeting?
Oh, we definitely need to wait till the next council meeting, a
Okay.
regular meeting.
All right, well, it might be helpful if our workshop isn't so loaded with 17 other items besides these 4. And advanced reading might be helpful too if there's something else other than what we got tonight. Yes, sir.
To help with protocol tonight, I would recommend you do a motion for all the ordinance items, and if some of the council members want to make an amendment to remove 2 of those items, certainly we could come up, their language is already there for one of them, but we know the section for the existing building if they want to remove that. So that would probably be the most judicial way in the protocol.
Or, as Mr. Cool suggested, we could wait till all 4, because he said there wasn't any, and maybe get more clarification on the other 2. So it's up to council on what you would like. Do you feel comfortable doing 2, or do you just assume all discussion? Mr. Evans, please.
If we were to make a motion just for protocol, that would have to indicate that one of our council members would be willing to make a motion to approve as written. So I don't know if that would actually work. I'm in support of putting this off to the workshop and getting more information as a whole.
Mr. Hoffmeyer.
With the amendment where we would remove 1 and 2, I certainly would be comfortable making that movement for protocol. So I'll go ahead and make that motion if staff will help get the right language up there. Okay. I move to recommend approval of the Oak Harbor Municipal Code text amendments relating to housekeeping. OHMC Section 8.05.050, 8.05.020, 19.42.050, 19.20.730, and 19.42.060. And then is there a recommended amended motion as well, or do we need to vote on that
I
first?
think you need a second.
Okay, sir.
Is there a second?
I'll second it so I can follow up with a friendly amendment.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments to that amendment?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
All right.
I'd like to remove I move to amend ordinance 1950 to delete section 1 and section 2, Oak Harbor Municipal Code, section 08.05050, and Oak Harbor Municipal Code, section 805020.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have a friendly amendment to amend, excuse me, we have a friendly amendment to delete section 1, which is 8.05.050, and also the next one, I'm sorry, I'm getting into my notes to find it for you here. Thank you so much, Councilmember. And also 8.50020.
My parliamentary, if we vote on the friendly amendment, then we would add it to the first one, and then we would vote on that one. All right, does everyone understand the friendly amendment? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right.
Friendly amendment passes.
All right, now, would you add the friendly amendment to the other amendment? And in a sense, it just means we're voting just for the bottom two, basically.
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Councilmember, for pulling that up right here. So your new motion is to approve Ordinance 1950 as amended. That's simply all you have to say.
All right, everyone understand? We're on the same page. We're dropping out, in a sense, the top two. We're just approving the bottom two. Question, Ms. Heisen?
Yes. Does staff need a motion about postponing those two items to a date certain or to the next workshop, or is that pretty much understood?
I think we could take that as staff direction.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right, we've got it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and we shall see information on the next workshop. All right, 6C, Ordinance 1951, amending the 2021-2022 biennial budget. Thank you, Mr. Cool. Appreciate your appearance. ARPA funding. Finance Director David Goldman will present. Please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, David Goldman, Finance Director. This is a budget amendment for the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding. Just a little background. Approximately $6.6 million of ARPA funds are to be allocated to Oak Harbor by the federal government. There is a total of about $5.5 million in prior allocations. Almost $1 million was discussed at a prior meeting with one new item, which we'll talk about tonight, and was recommended by the ARPA subcommittee and discussed at the March workshop as well. Taken together with the items to be discussed tonight, that would comprise almost 98% of the total funds that we will be receiving to be allocated. So this item will amend the 2021-22 biennial budget through the end of 22. Any projects, initiatives, or temporary positions that extend beyond 2022 will automatically be included in the next biennial preliminary budget to be presented to the City Council in the fall. So here are some of the items that were left over from the last budget amendment ordinance. So the first item is for a limited term economic development position. It's now $57,000 for the remainder of 2022. That's reduced slightly from $65,000 because a month has passed. The remainder of the funds, about $213,000, will be included in the next biennial budget for funding through the end of 2024. As you might recall, the limited term economic development position was included as a city council budget goal that was developed during the last biennial budget process, or the current biennial budget that we're in with the last process. We've reduced the $200,000 request of ARPA funding for a Serendipity Lane project to $100,000. As we discussed last month, Main Street approached the city with this project. It would connect Pioneer Way with Bayshore Drive with a walkable corridor. It's envisioned to help with economic development and to draw people back to the area, and would provide a sense of connection and improve pedestrian circulation. We've split the ERP initiative into two sections. For the first section, it would be $400,000 for the main focus of the ERP initiative. That $400,000 would replace approximately $305,000 of general fund, utility funds, and other funds that are in the current budget and CIP. This $400,000 proposed cost is more in line with the likely cost. The current system is over 17 years old, and the vendor has told us they are sunsetting the current system. And modern systems do provide an opportunity for acquiring the latest technology, new modules, new processes, better efficiencies that will save time and labor costs. The second portion of the ERP initiative is $100,000 for funding an 18-month part-time temporary staffer to focus on successful ERP implementation. I've gone through a couple of ERP transitions in my past, and the other places where I've worked had more resources than we do, and were able to hire permanent positions for the transition and also kept them on afterwards as well. Knowing that we have less resources, I took a look at some other cities around the area. For example, Des Moines, they went with a model to have a temporary person to coordinate and focus on ensuring that we have a successful ERP implementation. That person was a 20-hour part-time person. It was for a year and a half. So following that model, I was following that model when we made this proposal to fund a temporary position. Now, it might be that we're not able to find somebody after we advertise for it. It might be that we have to come back and ask, perhaps going with a consultant instead. We're not sure until we try, or we might end up not spending the money. But with that allotment, we can go out, we can give it a shot, we can see what we can get, and if we don't find what we're looking for, then we can reallocate that $100,000 of ARPA funding to something else. And the final item, and this is a newly added item, it took that $100,000 off of Serendipity Lane and instead is proposing to allocate it towards Portland Loo type restrooms over at Flintstone Park. And what that would do, it would use ARPA funds in place of general funds, $75,000 of general funds that would go back to the general fund to be allocated by the city council at a later date, and would also add an additional $25,000 of ARPA funding to bring the total budget for this project to $100,000. After some discussions a few weeks ago with Alex, our city engineer, staff feels like $100,000 might be a good place to accomplish this task. And as you can see in the backup, it includes demolition of the old restrooms. It will provide for infrastructure, pavement, and a camera system. So with that, we have a recommended motion for the city council to consider, and the floor is open for any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open up for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment on any of these items at this time? Please state your name and address, please.
Luge being at Flintstone Park, due to the history and the trouble that we've been having with the Portland Luge that's over in City Beach right now, have we taken that into consideration? Or have they been improved since the last installment?
We will take your question down, and there might be a staff member that might be able to make a comment. If not, we will get back to you on that. Thank you for your question. We appreciate that. Mr. Oburn.
It looks like
can
Alex.
staff-
It looks like Alex. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Alex, can answer that question?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the comment, but I believe it was asking about improvements to the portable loos themselves. Was that the question?
Yeah, can I repeat it?
Yes, sir, please
Okay.
do.
Just to repeat the question, there was concerns with the installation right now, I know with the four we have in Windjammer, so the question was, are we gonna have the same problems in Flintstone? And I think we've talked about this, Alex, I believe you have the answer on that, how we learn from our mistake, or learn from the past.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely was lessons learned, so we're taking a different approach with the installation of these Portland loos. It's really going to be using, out-of-the-box directions, essentially a template from the supplier of Portland loos themselves. And we are orienting the doors so they will be protected from the wind. I know that the wind has been an issue catching the doors out at Windjammer. So these will be oriented. We're going to provide a little bit of landscaping too to act as a wind block. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment at this time? I will close public comment and look to the council to ask questions, please, on any of these items. Ms. Heisen. My eye looks here first, sorry.
Mr. Goldman, what is the estimated time frame on upgrading or switching out to the new ERP software? Do we have a estimated time frame? Are we already working with someone on that?
Yeah, based on my past experience, I mean, if you want to talk about from going out to the street, getting an RFP, reviewing the RFPs and everything, that's involved with it. It does vary, depends on the amount of staff we have, the amount of modules we're going to adopt, and the amount of folks who are going to have to upgrade their software to utilize it. But usually what I'm seeing is about 2 years in total to do the complete implementation, to test everything out, to make modules go live, to see how things work, to go back, the bug stuff. There's a lot involved with it, but I see about, I mean, I see 2 years here. I've been through some that are longer, but those were larger cities with more modules, more resources too.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think 2 years sounds reasonable. I have it's ancient history, but I used to be a technical writer, and I did a lot of work for software companies that did things like ERP software and implementation. And once places upgraded, they wondered what took so long, and they never went back. So I'm really, really looking forward to bringing Oak Harbor into this century as far as software is concerned. So this item definitely has my full support. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffmeyer, please.
Yeah, Mr. Goldman, thanks for all of your help getting this to this point. This is pretty exciting. The ERP is actually something that I've probably had the most people reach out to me on. Past city employees, city employees of some other municipalities as well. Basically, to the extent of what Councilor Heisen said, that this will save us a lot of time and money. Deferring to your experience there, I see the value in having the part-time position to help implement this. So your explanation on that meant a lot. To see the economic development coordinator position, to see that in here for 2.5 years. Well, that would be in the next budget as well. But pretty exciting. I think it is going to be important that council, have an economic development committee as well to work with this person. I think council is going to need to set some pretty clear goals and define what we want to get out of this as we start to move forward with this. But this has long been a goal of council, past council, current council. I think a top priority for a lot of us. So pretty excited to see that on here. The compromise with Serendipity Lane, love it. Getting the bathrooms down at Flintstone, that's going to help a lot of people. So I love the way this is presented. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Stuckey, please.
Yeah, just a few. I'm trying to wrap my head around this resource software because, let's be honest, it's $500,000. Let's say just give me the scenario. Let's say we didn't do this, what is the impact on the city if we did not do the resource software? Like, what would happen? I mean, would all our systems just not work? I mean, what does that look like practically?
Well, they're not sunsetting tomorrow. They're sunsetting in a few years. So we could hold out for a few years, but then we'd have to find the funding eventually to pay for it. Prices may increase, are likely to increase from what I've seen. Who knows exactly how much they will increase, but with inflation and everything. And we would be missing out on new technology, new innovations, and new ways of doing things. I mean, one of the items when it comes to implementing an ERP is not just getting new software, but also trying to find out what the best practices are from other folks who utilize that software, and doing your best to implement that here, and changing the way you do things to try to improve the way you serve, where you do your services for both the internal and external customers as well. But the fact that we have this ARPA money, I'm finding that a number of cities that I reached out to are utilizing the ARPA funds for, of course, a lot of general things like we're using as well, but also we are using it for technological upgrades. So if we don't utilize the ARPA money for this, we are going to have to, once it gets closer and closer to the sunset, we are going to have to find the funding from our other funds to pay for this.
And I assume you would have no, you mentioned labor costs. I mean, I'm assuming you have no dollar amount you could possibly assign those labor costs. I mean, not having the software here, not having it implemented, you'd have no idea what those labor costs would look like.
It's kind of a little early in the game. Yeah.
Okay, with the Portland Lose, why was the $25,000 added? Is that just slush in case it goes over the 75, or what's that $25,000 extra for?
I can speak to that. That was actually a council recommendation at the meetings that suggested that, and staff did look at that too, and we thought we'd be a little close with the 75,000, and that was the 100,000 that was redirected that came out of serendipity. It just kept it smooth, and certainly we talked about making sure we do all the right things with shrubbery and those kind of things, and so certainly the extra 25,000 does assist us, and our city engineer, Alex Warner, could probably speak a little bit to that further. Go ahead, Alex.
That's correct, Lane. And additionally, with increasing construction costs, we may come under that, but I think it is more accurate to have a budget of 100,000 for this project.
Okay, I kind of like the idea. I mean, I know 100,000 is a clean number, but I personally like the 25,000 taken out. And if it goes over the 75, we could dip into it as opposed to just approving that, because I understand it might go over 75, but I'd rather have the 75 in mind, try our best to keep to the 75, and if we need to come back for more, we come back for more, because that 25,000 could go to something else. I agree with Hoffmeyer and the economic development person. I like the idea. We just got to make darn sure it is tangible. And there's a tangible job description. After 2 years, we got to have something to show for it besides some reports on a website and some statistics. So I really would like a committee to have a very dialed-in goal and job description. And my last thought or comment is, even though it'll make things a little bit longer, would it make sense to vote on these one by one? I think there's 4 of them, as opposed to just one blanket vote for all of them. I mean, we've got narrowed down to this. I'm willing to bet not everybody is on board with every single item on there. So if I defer to my peers if that makes any sense or not.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wish I could share the excitement about the Economic Development Coordinator position. I do see the value of that position. However, I don't see that we are placing the value on that position until we actually fund it for 2 years. Right now, we're funding it for 6 months. And we may, if we choose, and from what Councilmember Wiesner said at the last meeting, it's been in the budget several times and it's been cut. And until we actually fund that position, I'm concerned that we're going to hire somebody for 6 months and this could be in the budget. And then we say, no, we're not doing that. And now this person's out of position. So until I'm having a hard time, I support everything else that's on this at this point. I love the way that things were kind of compromised, but I'm concerned that we're not fully committing to this position yet. Until we fully commit to this position, then I have a hard time supporting it. Comment that was made during the comment period was about our permitting system. And we're looking at spending potentially $100,000 for 18 months of implementation of a new system. You know, I hate to be the guy that's always trying to move money around, but I would suggest or even entertain the idea of allocating $50,000 for permitting of for the implementation of the new permitting system. You know, if we are going to have an economic development, that permitting system has to be in place and it has to be running properly and it has to be running smoothly. And if we're going to spend for implementation of one, I'm curious as to why we're not spending money for implementation of another. So, thank you.
Mr. Evans, please. Thank you.
So as I stated last time we discussed these items, the Economic Development Coordinator, yes, we need economic development and we need help doing it. But we also have a council that should be leading that path. Throwing $57,000 at it with the hope that the $212,000 will come, I do not feel comfortable with, and I don't think that we're ready for that position. The Serendipity Lane project and the Portland Loos, I do like that compromise. It's going to be good. But again, with the $25,000, as Councilmember Stuckey brought up, we need to get a grasp in the administration about the value of a dollar. Because it's a round number doesn't help the citizens realize why they're paying round numbers for their utility bills. That $25,000 does mean something to people in this town, and we should be cognizant of that. I do support the Portland Loo. I do support the landscaping around it to deal with the wind, but I would love to have it allocated at $75,000, and if we need more, then let's deal with that. But just to throw it out there for the fun of it for a round number doesn't sit well with me. The ERP initiative, I understand the software need. I understand that we have to keep up with the times, which we are definitely behind the times. But the $100,000 18-month temporary employee, you know, the one thing I've seen in looking at the way things operate is a part-time temporary employee suddenly becomes a part-time permanent employee because we don't want to get rid of them and it's convenient. I would much rather see that money spent on a consultant from somebody that knows what they're doing. Mr. Goldman said that, you know, we hope that we can find someone to do it. But we need to find someone that can do it, that's done it, someone that is experienced. So let's hire a consultant that actually does this for a living and do it right the first time. My comments. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffmeyer?
A couple of things real quick. Mr. Goldman, maybe you can help clear this up. I'm not sure why there continues to be confusion around this issue. Let me read it from the start. Funding for an economic development coordinator position through the end of 2024. I mean, I could go through the numbers, but I might as well figure you may as well do that. But I feel that with this language, we are committing to this position for 2.5 years. And then I have one more question after that.
Sure. Yeah, I can address that. It'll be similar to the fire lieutenant and the other positions that we funded through the use of our funding in the past. The funding, it's through the end of 2024, but because this is a budget amendment, the budget's only done 2 years at a time. So right now, we're simply amending the budget for the remainder of the biennial. And then when the next biennial comes, we're going to include, you know, based on the decision tonight and the direction given, we're going to include the remaining 2 years for this economic development position in the budget that we present to City Council. It won't come up as like another discussion above and beyond what's presented in the budget. Now, of course, the City Council can specifically call that out, just like they can call anything else out, and talk about it, and can just, you know, City Council can decide to remove it if they so choose. But it won't be something that we have to kind of go again and say, okay, you know, we're going to ask for approval again for this. It'll just be included in the overall budget package based on the decision and the guidance tonight.
Thank you. I think that helped clear that up for us. Certainly something I feel pretty strongly about, the importance of this and, you know, the good that can come of it. The second thing was on the ERP here. You know, because this is a citywide program that's used on water, sewer, garbage as well, if we didn't fund this now with the ARPA money, there's a good chance the only way to fund that would be off the backs of the ratepayers. I don't know what percentage that entails. I don't know if you guys have ever broken that down of what percentage the ratepayers may have to pay for.
Sure, it's about, this will be a broad estimate, but it'll be about 40% of the cost would probably, I'm trying to think, 40% of the cost would come from the ratepayers, half the cost would come from the general fund, and about 10% from like the other smaller funds. Based on the allocation methodology, that the state auditor approved, or we gave to the state auditor, they said it was, the way.
Awesome. And again, thank you for your knowledge on all of this, David.
Mr. Wiesner?
Thank you. Yeah, of course, I've been, a strong opponent or proponent of the Economic Development Coordinator position. I don't know that we all really have a true picture of what maybe an Economic Development Coordinator could do for the city and what all that would encompass. And I guess the reality is we're probably never going to know until we actually, pursue that position, right? I mean, obviously, I think there's a lot for us to learn just by going through the process of looking for an economic development coordinator and understanding what it is they do and can do. Somebody who's, a professional economic development coordinator, not hiring somebody that says, I know some people and can hook up some deals. So, but what comes first, right? I mean, are we going to put the time and the effort in to see who's out there, who's available, what they cost, what kind of, programs they've put together in other cities, what they've done for other towns, what kind of knowledge they can bring. I really don't know another way of doing it short of entering into the process, right? And so I guess I'm going to put a suggestion out there, and any of the admin, jump in, and tell me if I'm way off base. But, can we fund a position like this, with a condition that even though this is not a department head position, that the final approval comes back before council? In other words, can we go through the process of putting out there the request for applications? See what kind of applications come in, see what type of people are willing to apply for the position, go through those interviews, look at those resumes, have those conversations, narrow down those candidates, meet with them in person, and then before making a final hiring decision, come back before council and make sure that everybody is on board with that decision. Yes, Mr. Oborn.
I know, our general rule is we want to follow the will of the council. So if council wants to be involved, and so be it. The council could be involved. And so we involved that at other positions. Certainly, it wouldn't be feasible for all 170 positions, but one or two positions, certainly having that kind of involvement and having council, and since this is a new position, and certainly we want to make sure it's successful, we can do like we did before in other positions and include 2 or 3 council members as part of the process. And certainly I know one of my reservations in this is there's going to be a lot of accountability if it goes forward. But, we took a position, we never had a PIO, and now we have a communications director. And so certainly other cities are doing it. We can certainly follow theirs. There's an International Economic Development Association that has lots of resources, and certainly I've talked to colleagues in other cities that have an economic development, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, and there's a lot of resources out there to make it successful, and I think the staff and myself all have the expertise to do our best to make this. As far as bringing it in with tangibles, we may bring in a lot of things, we may not. I mean, that's the thing on economic development, but certainly we will utilize the position, and I think what we don't do too often on the planning side is we're reactive, and really the economic development is getting soliciting and being on the instead of reacting, we're on the active side where we go out and decide what businesses go and set goals in those areas. And certainly we have some projects that we've talked about that we would lend. We talked about expanding the downtown and economic development there, the marina. So certainly we have some large projects that we can set as goals, and other projects with our industrial area in the north. So there's certainly a lot of areas we can put on there and work through and set goals towards achieving. And there's kind of a saying, if you don't have anybody assigned to do it, it doesn't get done. So certainly if you choose not to do it, the staff will continue to do our best to work together and to do what we're doing now. But I think if you did this position, that gives us an opportunity to go at a higher level. I like the idea of the 2.5 years, so that's the issue here, because we can't hire somebody some 6 months. We'll do it like we did with the lieutenant position and with some other positions, the grants position where we say it's limited term through 2024, and I think there's a good chance that's long enough away to do it. But certainly it's there's pros and cons both ways, so I kind of agree with all the comments here that are talked on it, and it's just whatever the council wants, and it's up to your preference.
Thank you. I mean, the reality is this is all about being intentional, right? Councilmember Evers made a great point. It's all of our job to, promote the city and be economic development ambassadors for the city. But, how can 7 of us all doing our own thing how can there be anything intentional about that? And again, I don't claim to know everything about what this position would do. I hear from other communities that, there's tangibles that come out of these things. And then you mentioned goals, Mr. Oborn, and I think this is a position that if we were to fill it, we would be able to see tangibles out of it, or we would sit back and go, that was a, horrific mistake. I mean, that happens, but I think we could see some tangibles. We could sit back and look after 2 years of somebody being on the job and go, okay, this got accomplished, this got brought together, this, grant was located for this economic development activity that we may have not even known about before. So I just gonna ask the other council members to maybe bear with this, and I guess I don't know if we need to do it through a motion or if we need to do it with the understanding with our city administrator that in the end, we're going to have the final say as to whether the person gets hired. If it comes back before council, council gets to decide after we've gone through the interview process, after we've seen the resumes, after we've seen what people maybe have done in other communities, and after we all understand a little more what an economic development coordinator could really bring to the table. We're going to have some time involved in it, like a lot of things that we have to pursue. We dedicate some time to it, and sometimes after dedicating the time, we say, wow, that just isn't what we thought it was going to be. But I'd like to see us put the time into going out, seeing if there's some folks out there that can bring something to the table. And the only way I know of doing it is by having a budget allocated, so we know what we're going to be offering in a pay scale, and have the position named. But I'm all for having council have the final say on this thing, and if it doesn't feel right after we've gone through the process and we don't feel as though there's going to be some tangible things that are going to come out of it that are going to be great benefits from the city, then we don't move forward with it and we reallocate the funds. Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Councilmember Wiesner, I was following you there at the beginning. I was. You were explaining that we need to do our due diligence. We need to look at how much someone like this would cost, what they would do, what the benefits would be to the city. And then you said, so let's take a shot. And that's the part that I'm struggling with. This is $269,780. When I'm looking at spending that kind of money, I do my due diligence ahead of time and figure out what they're going to give to me, what the cost is going to be. I mean, this is kind of a crapshoot, and I don't think that we can be playing with the people's money like that. I would highly look forward to seeing something from the administration about what an economic development director can provide us, what the cost of a qualified economic development director would be, what the expectations that we could have before we start that process and before we spend $270,000. We've had an economic development director, and it was a disaster. It did nothing for us. I think that we're putting the cart before the horse. We need to do our due diligence before we spend the people's money. So I just don't, that's something that I can't support until we do our due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interject for a minute because we've gone around, everybody's talked about 2 times. Okay, Economic Development Director, we've had 2. We had one down in Development Services that was part-time. He was a planner and he was our economic development person. And he had a hard time because he didn't have the experience. We did hire an economic development person and it kind of worked and she brought people in and stuff. But you know, the first economic development person we have is our chamber. Because when businesses or people want to come, they're going to contact the chamber. And the first thing a lot of businesses ask is, how big is the chamber? How many members do you have? We have more members in our chamber than the city of Bellevue. So it's a lot to be said. So that's one of the things. How we got waste management is because the county economic development goes to different, I don't know if they're conferences or business, whatever, roundtables or whatever, and they were snooping to find a place. And they wanted a place that had good schools, you know, had connectivity at that time, and we got them, but it was, our mayor worked with the county, and they called them up and said, we think we have them, but you should take it because you know your codes and ordinances stuff. And we got them, and it was great until they decided to reorganize, and we weren't in the plan. But it gave a lot of good jobs. They also helped pay for some education if people wanted to go into business. So it was a really good, so it can be really good. In most cities, their largest department is economic development. Because if you don't bring people in and businesses, then you're not going to grow, and they're not going to, we need that sales tax. We need that badly. I also agree that we need an idea, we need it explained, whether you go to AWC, MRSC, or just look on the national web. We need some presentation about what are we expecting, what can they do to make a difference. We don't have that background. I mean, there's business people that have started their businesses here, there's some that work for small and others, but technically, we don't have 58 hours in a day to do all the research on it. So that's something else. But let's not forget the chamber is our first line as far as helping bring in the businesses. So we've got to keep that communication. We've seen people who want to slash their budget. Well, they can give you the hits, they can tell you who's walking through the door, and sometimes it's a surprise. Also for economic development, I want somebody that knows private-public ventures. Every other city does it, well, except for maybe Coupeville or Langley, but Oak Harbor doesn't do it. They can do it. They help on building jails or housing or all kinds of things. And we don't do it because everybody's afraid, oh, no, they're going to tell us what to do. There is a way to do that properly and to be sure we have the codes and stuff in line. And we need to catch up on that. So somehow we need to do this. I would like to wait on hiring. Right now, we need a lot of hires. We can't even fill our regular staff, much less getting some of these extra. So I would like some information. We can all start sleuthing if staff could help us out. And when does this money have to be spent, Mr. Goldman? This ARPA money to use for this position, is it by December 31st to be designated or spent?
The ARPA funding for positions has to be spent by the end of 2024. If it's on a project, it can be allocated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. But for a position like this, it would have to be spent by the end of 2024.
So from what I'm hearing, this could be postponed while we do due diligence and research exactly what are we looking for. I think the chamber, someone from there, our director before she leaves, could maybe help us on what inquiries are they getting? What are they, I mean, these are business people, they run a lot of training, and I wouldn't mind if we got a presentation at a workshop or two, but let's combine efforts here. Maybe even bring in the county. What are they finding with their economic development? You know, let's use our resources. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we don't have to work by ourselves. So this is kind of, so if we don't have to, we have until 2024, I would like to have more information instead of voting on this tonight for those funds. Okay, the next one is serendipity. Sounds great, good compromise. I think we need to move forward that. The Portland loos are so needed to have a clean restroom downtown that's closer. It's still not very close. You still have to walk all the way down the hill, unless you happen to be in the restaurant that has a restroom that you can use because you've at least bought a cup of coffee or you had lunch or something there. But we need restrooms. And I wish we had one downtown on Main Street someplace that was public. A couple of times we've had someone offer part of their building for us to do. I think it was the downstairs underneath where maybe Spin was going to go, but at one time that was offered to us. So somehow we need the Portland loos to work to be properly installed, but I would also think we still need to be looking for a restroom downtown. I mean, we have the, for music festival, we have the porta potties, but, you know, if not, you've got to walk all the way down. So that's, I mean, if shoppers can go to the restroom, they'll be happy. They'll spend more money instead of running in their car and trying to get home or to McDonald's real quick to use the restroom. All right, the citywide enterprise. If we wait till it sunsets, we are in a heap of trouble. I mean, software is not easy to install. This Innis EPR system is top of the line. It is really, really good. It is very, very complicated. I don't think 20-hour-a-week part-time person is going to get it done. I'm sorry. In talking to other people in other cities, to go to, no matter what the software, we're finding that out in service development, they would like more training, and I don't think we have money for that. So, and that's supposed to be streamlining so we have more people coming in and wanting to build and to be able to see where they are along the way. It was a wonderful presentation to go down and watch the questions and stuff for that. So I have we need that system or we need some kind of system, but I'm guessing Mr. Goldman has talked to his people, his colleagues, 2 years. I bet it's more like 3 years. I don't care how big the city is. It's a complicated system, whether you have 300 people that need to get their payroll and all of this, or you have 3,000. It's still complicated, and you have to know every step, because if you mess it up, it is not good with the auditors, and people don't want to be short in their check, or they don't want to find out that the proper taxes weren't taken out, or their benefits weren't paid for. It has got to be done correctly. So I tend to lead to having a consultant, a real expert, to be sure and not waste money, have a part-timer, is putting a Band-Aid on it. I mean, if we're going to do this, we need to do it right.
And just so you know, we're open to converting that money to be used for a consultant. We'll do our due diligence and go ahead and look for a proper consultant to be able to help us out with both the ERP and also our permitting software. But I think I want to hear David Cool about that first before we go ahead and just say we're going to be using it for the permitting software.
I think it appears to be a little harder getting it implemented than they had thought originally. And we're spending good money. Let's make sure it's done correctly, for sure.
Okay.
And that's it, and I believe Mr. Hoffman had another question.
I had a motion, but I don't want to cut anybody off. Okay.
Ms. Heisen, please.
Thank you. Just for reference, I got online here, the city of Redmond is currently hiring an economic development manager. The salary is between 111 and 150K a year. The job description is not as specific as I would have expected it to be, but it's worth a look. Amazon is also hiring an economic development person. So those job descriptions are really helpful. And I, excuse me, I appreciate Councilmember Munn's bringing up, the chamber is our first line of economic development. We also have, the Island County Economic Development Committee. We've got, our Main Street Association. And so there are a number of community stakeholders that we could probably pull from for a hiring committee of some kind for help either with the job description or the, the tangible assignments. Or the interview process. I think that there's a number of resources that we could pull from. Whether we spend a bunch of time ironing that out before we commit to funding the position, or we commit to funding the position, and then spend invest the time in ironing out the details. We're not going to be spending the money until we actually hire somebody, so I don't have a preference either way. I'll do whatever my peers are more comfortable doing. And I think that's everything I had. Thanks.
Another comment, please?
Yes, and kind of, I'm sorry, kind of off the beaten path a little bit. Mr. Goldman, could you get us together all the figures of all the money that ARPA replaced out of other fund balances? There was, throughout this process, about $6.5 million of this ARPA money, we replaced other budgeted items, such as, what we've got here where, we're talking that, for example, we have $75,000 set aside in the general fund right now that we're going to replace with ARPA money. I just think that's going to be important for us going into the biennial, and understanding that we have that just right around the corner. It's important, obviously, that we're to show that we're spending a lot of this money on infrastructure, and even our enterprise funds, our L&I issue, our water line issue, update of software. Again, kind of off the beaten subject, but it just kind of came to me. It'd be nice to see that total out of each fund, general fund, how much we replaced out of there that was budgeted items that we're now using ARPA money for, that we're going to be able to put that money back into the general fund. Same with those enterprise funds.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely do as part of the budget process. And also, I guess I should mention, it's not really germane necessarily to this direct item, but the ARPA subcommittee, since we've allocated, or we may allocate up to 98% depending on the vote tonight, it's going to morph more into a status update of each one of the projects that have been funded. And if any of the projects come in under the allotment, that money will go back into the pot for the subcommittee to recommend to the city council to reallocate towards something else. So that'll be something that we'll be doing reporting on as the months progress.
All right, Mr. Evans, please.
Yeah, comment was made that, it doesn't really matter if we fund this thing before or after. My concern with funding it before is the job description that you just pulled up, Councilmember Heisen, that pay was drastically different than the amount that we'd be approving. So my concern is that we would be approving funding for something that we can't even afford with the money that we would be allocating. That's why I would like to go in, do the due diligence, see what that's going to cost us to get somebody qualified. If we're going to put money at this and it's something that we do want to move forward with, we need to do it right. Economic Development Director, 110 to 150,000. That's a long shot compared to what we're looking at. And not only that, we need them to move to Oak Harbor. We need to find them a place to live. There's a lot of things that go into that. So that's my concern on voting for the funding now. Thank you.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, how do we do that, right? How do we know if there's somebody that's willing to move to Oak Harbor that has economic development background experience in another community and they're willing to come here for $85,000 or $90,000. How do we do that short of putting out the request for qualifications for the job? I honestly, I don't know. In a moment, because certainly we can research what other cities are paying, but we're not Kirkland, right? There is an advantage to moving to Whidbey Island. We've seen it before. I mean, we've got other department heads who have moved here that are well overqualified for the positions we have them in, but they came here because of the island, and so I don't understand that part, and then I also don't understand why we would put all the time and the effort into investigating and coming up with a dollar amount and do all of that and then go out for the request for qualifications if that investigation didn't lead to the point that this is something we need. So I guess I'm just a little confused. Again, chicken comes first or the egg comes first here? In my opinion, we go out there, we see what's out there available. We see what people will be willing to work for. And we may all come back, and you're absolutely right, Mr. Evans, we may all come back and say, we can't compete with these other cities. We can't bring somebody here qualified enough. What we're proposing is the council in the end is going to have that justification. Not one penny of this money is going to be spent without that candidate coming before council and council deciding whether that candidate is the right person. So, thank you.
So when you offer to hire someone for a certain amount of money, you're going to get people that will apply for it one way or the other. They come before us. We don't know anything about what we should be expecting from an economic development director. We haven't done any due diligence. We haven't looked at it at all of what would be successful for Oak Harbor. And it's a struggle when you have someone that comes before you, you like them, they seem positive, they say the right things, and we spend the $75,000 to, again, run into the same problem that we have in the past with no results. I think I'll just say, I'd like to do the due diligence and make an educated decision with the people's money.
Mr. Goldman, this is an item about the economic development person that we could bring back in October or November or even January 1st, correct? If we have a little more information what direction we want to go. I'm just
It's at the city
checking.
council's, it's at the city council's discretion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move that we adopt ordinance number 1951, Budget Amendment number 8, amending the 2021-2022 biennial budget as presented with the exceptions of $75,000 towards the Portland Loos versus 100, and changing the language on the planning initiative, changing that language from a part-time staffer to a consultant, and updating and adopting an updated wage and salary schedule and plan of classification.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any other further comments or questions? All right, second comment, Mr. Stuckey.
One comment that was Holden on the economic development person, I want to give appreciation for your idea of having council approve the economic development person, because we need to own this. We could do it and it could flop. And if it flops, I want to say we had as much control of the process as possible and say, we made a bad call. I don't want to just approve the money, someone else hires them, and so I agree with you on, I think we need to have as much control of that position as possible. So if it flops, that's on us and we'll own up to it. But we need to have that control if in case that happens. So that's all.
Any other questions or comments at this time?
Sorry.
Ms.
Just
Heisen?
real quick, I'm sorry. The changing of the wording from I think, part-time employee to a consultant, that I'm concerned about limiting our options or pigeonholing us. I mean, what if we were to find someone perfectly capable of doing it that didn't necessarily call themselves a consultant? Does the wording of the motion give us enough flexibility just to find whether they're a consultant or an employee? I don't care as long as they're qualified. So I don't want to limit our flexibility. Do you have thoughts? Anybody?
Mr. Coleman, any comment on that question?
Sorry, I didn't direct that at anyone specifically.
Yeah, whatever the council decides, I mean, you could amend that motion, I guess, to say part-time or consultant. It's perfectly fine. We'll do our best to find someone either way. It's up to the council.
Ms. Julie, our city clerk, would you please read that motion back if you can, so everybody knows what they're voting on?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would ask Councilmember Hoffmeyer if he would repeat a portion of this motion. I just wanted to point out, if I might please, we do have in the drawer of each of your places at the dais a place where you can fill out a form and then present that to the city clerk. And that would help me be a little less clumsy on those items in the future. Councilmember Hoffmeyer moved for the motion as presented, with the exception of $75,000 toward the Portland Loos and a planning initiative consultant as opposed to a part-time staffer, and changing salary schedule definitions.
Mr. Hoffmeyer, you said changing wage and salary schedule plan of classification, or just updating it? Okay, I just want to be sure that wording is in there. I thought I heard adopting an updated wage and salary schedule. Okay, I just thought I heard something different. Okay. Is everyone clear on the motion? As clear as mud? All right, all right, please, make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I'm struggling with we heard staff tell us that they could use that other $25,000 for the Portland Loos. We're going to be real concerned about $25,000, but the other comments I hear is we're willing to roll the dice on $270,000. I just have a hard time, being able to rectify that in my mind, that $25,000 is a source of concern, but $270,000 we're not as concerned about. We're willing to roll the dice on it. And in my opinion, that position has to bring in the city $270,000. Otherwise, it is a failed position. And we were all talking about being fiscally responsible up here, and that's just a big roll of the dice. I'm not a gambler, so for me, that's a big roll of the dice that I'm not super comfortable with. And so I would hope somebody, and unless I can do it, it's a friendly amendment that we pull the Economic Development Coordinator position. Otherwise, I'm struggling to approve these items.
You can make that friendly amendment if you so choose,
Then thank you,
sir.
Mayor Pro Tem. I would make a friendly amendment or recommend a friendly amendment that we hold over the funding for an Economic Development or Coordinator position until we have a chance to further vet it, perhaps getting some comparables from other cities to see what other cities, municipalities our size, have an Economic Development Coordinator position and how that has benefited them to this point. So that's my recommended amendment.
Second.
Okay, we now have a friendly amendment. Can you help write that down real quick for our clerk? Yeah. Okay.
Legibly.
He's a printer. He should know how to write. All right, we have a friendly amendment to pull the Economic Development Coordinator, and then you'll have to finish it.
friendly amendment to hold over the funding
hold over,
for
okay.
the economic development position, and then I'm paraphrasing the rest, which was until we have a chance to research and vet it.
All right, and it was seconded by Councilman Evans.
Correct.
All right, so we will vote on that friendly amendment right now. All those in favor of pulling it at this time and holding over the funds till later, please raise your hand. Okay? And those opposed, please raise your hand.
Mayor Pro Tem, that is 4-3 in favor of the friendly amendment, so the friendly amendment passes.
All right, so if we roll that over to Mr. Hoffmeyer's motion. Could you read that one again, and we'll go as amended with the economic development? So,
Councilmember Hoffmeyer's motion was to adopt the budget ordinance as presented, with the exception of $75,000 toward the Portland Loos and the planning initiative consultant as a, and changing the planning initiative consultant instead of a part-time staffer, and then adopting an updated wage and salary schedule and plan of classification, the friendly amendment of which is to hold over funding for the economic development position until we have a chance to research and vet it. It's a very long motion.
I didn't get all that.
Stop it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how well I read my own writing for the third or fourth time, because it's pretty scrawled here. So Councilmember Hoffmeyer moved to adopt the budget ordinance number 1951, Amendment 8, as presented, with the exception of $75,000 toward the Portland Loos, and planning initiative consultant be changed to a part-time, instead of a part-time staffer. And then also he and the updated wage and salary schedule and plan of classification, friendly amendment of which is to hold over funding for the economic development position until we have a chance to vet it. So the hold over of the position would basically then change the consultant. Does that help at all?
All right. Everyone, any other questions, comments? All right. As the motion and the friendly amendment that was passed read, all those, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of passing it at this point, please raise your hand. All in favor? Any opposed?
Mayor Pro Tem, that is approved by a vote of 6-1.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. Okay, next item.
Real quick, sorry to do this,
All right.
but when you say hold over, does that mean we're amending the budget to allocate the resources that just don't do anything? Or does that mean we'll come back later for a different amendment if the council decides to want to do the economic development position?
The latter, a different amendment.
Okay, done.
Okay, so now it's clear as mud for you too, right? Okay. All right, ordinance and resolution. Ordinance number 7A, ordinance number 1552, amending Oak Harbor Municipal Code 6.12.090 to allow limited camping in city parks. City Administrator Oborn, thank you. I'm so glad to see this.
Good evening, Council. I'm Blaine Oborn, Oak Harbor City Administrator, and I want to acknowledge we probably have some people with the Washington Water Trails Association that are very interested in this amending ordinance here listening to us tonight. So just to kind of go into the history in the next slide here, basically in 2019, there was a desire and an ordinance that was passed that banned all camping in all city parks. And I think it did not acknowledge that we might want some exceptions, and we already had a long history, like I mentioned, with the water trail and allowing camping there. So we're recommending some changes to this. We refined it a little bit from what I talked about in the workshop previously here in the two exemptions. The windjammer exemption for the water trails is as discussed here, and then we talked about the other component is allowing camping for special permits, and it's really only had the desire for Catalina Park and the marina. So my recommended was just to narrow it to those areas there, because I think it's in our benefit to really keep this limited there. And so we've had some events happen that way, and we've had some camping there, and so I think we want to legalize that and allow that. So with that, and then once we get the agreement approved, then we'll go with the water trails and come back to you with an amended agreement there, because the one we have cites City Beach, so it's quite old. So we'll update that ordinance, and that's kind of the next step in that process. And they're just the water trails. Down there at the bottom left is where the camping has historically been before, and I think it's going to go in, it will go in the same location even after the remodeling of Windjammer Park in that area there, right down there in the bottom by Beeksma Beach. There's a small area there that'll allow a few campers to do some very limited kayaking, camping. They have to come in on kayak and leave on kayak, so this is not for people to decide that they can't find a space and go camp there. It's purely for the Washington water trails, and then the other components there are only for events, special permits at Catalina Park and the marina that allows that. So next slide. And so basically, if you're in concurrence with that, our recommended motion is to move to adopt this ordinance that allows these two exemptions to the no camping ordinance.
Thank you. Ms. Julie, do we have any, or maybe Tim might know, is anyone trying to make a public comment on this item? I open public comment at this time for this item.
We did not receive any public comment on this item. I have not seen any come in during the meeting, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, there were a couple from the Washington Trails that might have put on.
We have people who are here in attendance. As City Administrator Oborn mentioned, they're attending virtually.
Okay.
So I don't know if they have comment, but if they do.
If anyone who's viewing this virtually for this one item especially, would you like to make a comment at this time while public comment is open?
I know the key individual wasn't here tonight.
Yeah.
So
she got
that I've been
detained.
working with. So, but I could speak for them. They're in support of this change.
All right, I will close public comment, and I would just like to make a comment first, if council will allow me, since I worked on this. I want to thank our citizen, Bill Walker, because he's an avid kayaker, and he has taught kayaking, and he made me aware of this little glitch when we thought we were trying to be protective of our parks and stuff. And so I want to thank Chris Sublett, Blaine Obarn, Chief Dressler, and Andre Hurley, who is the Executive Director at Washington Trails. Actually, we are part of the Cascadia Marine Trail, and this has been in existence since 1995 that Oak Harbor has been part of this. So it really is a big deal, but very limited. The chief talked about not having any trouble and what he foresees. I think they're going to put up a new sign. It's hard to see. It's between Ms. Skinner's house and the boat ramp, and it's just a little bitty place, and it's got a sign that says Cascadia Marine Trails, and that's the camping spot. And they're usually in and out before most citizens wake up or even walk in the park. So, and then with Mr. Sublette handling the, what's the other
Special
part?
events.
No, yeah. Catalina Park and special events. So that's just my 2 cents, but I want to thank them very much for coming and giving the time for this and for it getting done in a timely manner. So thank you, Mr. O'Byrne, for helping push this through. Greatly appreciate it. I'm open for other comments.
Mayor Pro Tem, Bill Walker's on the line.
Oh, he is. Does he wish to make a comment, even though I've closed it?
Yeah, sorry, he just made a chat that he's on the line, and I just wanted to let you know. So we're trying to do both, but he did say he's on the line, and thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to say something. This is Margaret Booths. I'm the volunteer coordinator for Washington Water Trails Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to chime in that if the site is approved, that we do offer, we do have stewardship programs that we will maintain the site as far as keeping vegetation and cleaning up and trash as far as maintenance. So I hope it is passed that you guys allow us to have a site there.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Bill Walker said he has no further comment.
Thank you, Miss Sabrina Combs. All right. Closing public comment now, officially, and looking to council for any questions or comments at this time. Ms. Heisen, you're the first one.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move to adopt ordinance number 1952 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second as the amendment is written in our packet. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Stuckey.
It was asked when we went over this at the workshop, but there may be some people who's viewing this but not the workshop. I just want to check with our police chief. You have no concerns from your perspective, and there's no possibility of, how would you enforce it as far as transient activity and stuff? I'm just making sure from a law enforcement perspective that you're comfortable with this.
I am. We've had several meetings on it, and we've modified some language for this particular aspect of it, and also sought legal. So we're comfortable with where it's at.
Thank you.
Comment, Mr. Hoffmeyer.
This is pretty exciting. If it's the Appalachian Trail you're looking at, or the Pacific Crest Trail, or the Washington Marine Trails, it's these little spots like this in these communities that make the entire activity possible. And just think this is a really good thing. And thanks to Bill Walker, thanks to Washington Marine Trails, and Mayor Pro Tem for help, and staff for helping us get this to this point.
All right, any other comments at this time? All right, let's vote on this motion, please. All in favor, please raise your hand.
That is unanimous.
All right, any opposed? There isn't. Okay. At this time, I'd like to call on Ms. Heisen because we still have quite a few items on our agenda, please.
I move to suspend our rules and extend our meeting time till 10 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor on the extension so we can be sure to get through the items? All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Always some working time. I don't want the chief to faint. What? I'm voting for chief. Get our business done. All right, Resolution 2211, authorizing funds from the Creative Art Fund to install the Patrick McVeigh Acorn sculpture. And we have our very own Gideon Hoffman here, special projects and archaeologist.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. All right, so as you'd mentioned, this will be ask for the installation of Patrick McVeigh's Acorn sculpture. So we give you a little bit of background, the design, installation, budget, schedule, and any questions and discussion. So background, I think all of you are familiar with it. The 300-year-old post office oak was converted into an acorn. So that was, it was a process that took about 4 months or so. I think last time we talked about it was in February. It's going to be going right next to or between Wells Fargo Bank and People's Bank, right on Pioneer Way. When I approached Mr. McVeigh about the installation design, this was the sketch he developed, and then I geo-referenced it. And what that is taking a picture or an image and stretching it out or shrinking it so it becomes scale. So that's your vocab word you're going to learn this evening. There were some issues with this one. This was going to basically have spikes going up into the piece. This is all wood, as well as a wood base. And then he later developed this a little bit more friendly, having a tapered edge so people don't trip over it and whatnot. However, it was still wood. So you're having wood up against the concrete with moisture that could lead to rot. This is one of my favorite pictures I've taken as staff. We took Brett Arvidsson down to the studio. We've got Brett there with his pencil, sketching out some stuff. We got a group of people around watching. So between him and also Ginger Pennington, our building official, have been really helpful as far as guiding this process and design. This is what was developed by the artist. So having a acorn leaf, I used GIS there on the right, showing where it is, as I mentioned, right on Pioneer Way between Wells Fargo and People's Bank. And geo-referenced to get that picture. Here's the budget. My ask is $12,000. You can see the breakdown in your packet there. So a big part of it is shop fab as well as materials. Steel hopefully won't be going up. The budget is $10,600. I'm asking for a little bit more in case the cost of polymer goes up or anything else, quick bolts, and any other supplies. As all of you know, the cost of things is going up, and I don't want to come back and do another ask. For schedule, I put the schedule in your pack as well. It's my first Gantt chart. So we had, hey, thank you, yeah. The Arts Commission voted to approve the $12,000 using the Creative Arts Fund. Of course, here I am today requesting $12,000 for it. Mid-July, we'll be working on installation design. First week of August, we'll be pursuing city permits. Hopefully, end of August, early September will be the installation. Here's the recommended motion, and I have it at the end of my presentation as well. Any questions or discussion? Nice and quick.
Thank you very much. I would like to open public comment at this time. Is there anyone? Have we received any public comments?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we did not receive any public comment on this item.
All right. I will close officially public comment and open up to council. Mr. Evans.
My only comment is that I would like the resolution to be updated to state up to 12,000.
Can do.
Rather than authorizing 12,000. That's all.
I like it.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Mr. Wiesner.
And then I'm going to make the motion because this is kind of a no-brainer. It's been a long time coming, right? This is from our oak tree from the post office. Small.
One more change to the resolution. We should change the spelling of resolved, so it's spelt as resolved.
Well, I move that the mayor execute Resolution 22-11 for up to $12,000 from the Creative Arts Fund to be used for the installation of the Patrick McVeigh's The Acorn.
Second.
Dead heat.
All right. We have a motion and 2 seconds, and now we'll take an official vote. Any other comments at this time? Questions? Yes, sir.
You know, I wish that that a lot of the art supporters were still here. I don't with the overall conversation that has been going on, I don't want it to be lost that I think the people of Oak Harbor appreciate art. I think they appreciate the work of the Arts Commission in general. City staff, Gideon has been amazing. There are a lot of things out there that are just popular as heck. The mural that Tim Haslett just did, people love it. I think there was 700 or 800 likes and heart reacts to that one post Tim did. The Pioneer Way Mermaid, the three stumbly ducklings, the moon waves. I mean, those pieces of art become part of the city, and I think some people think that the mermaid is part of their family. I just hope that's not. I hope that's not lost. That people do support art that means something to Oak Harbor, that they feel that they're a part of the conversation on. And I think, as Councilor Wiesner said, this is a no-brainer. This is money that is allocated to art and art alone, and it's an easy vote. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Call for the question. All in favor? There's no one opposed.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move this along. Number 8, contracts and agreements. 8A, confirming mayoral appointment of Hillary J. Evans as the city attorney and authorizing execution of an agreement for legal services with Kenyon Dyson PLLC. Mr. Oborn, please, you're our presenter.
Thank you. Blaine Oborn, Oak Harbor City Administrator. I want to acknowledge that this motion is to appoint Hillary, but it is also a relationship with our firm, and Hillary couldn't be here tonight, but we have another attorney that's ready to jump in, Bob Zinneman. And did I say your name right, Bob?
It's Zinneman, actually. Close.
Zinneman. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Zinneman, yeah.
Zinneman.
Thank you.
Sometimes they just say Bob Z, so Zinneman. So I'll learn that. So they have a deep bench there to help out and covering for us, so I appreciate that. So a little history here. We did switch attorneys at the mayor's direction on an interim basis in October of 2021. That wasn't without a solicitation process. I did mention that, and I do thank the subcommittee that we have with 3 council members and the judge and also our police chief that kind of guided through the process after the interim and looking for the full-time attorney. And I think that had a bearing of why in February of 2022 that we didn't get any additional firms to solicit for the bid there. Really surprised, we went out and advertised very well on the city attorney and didn't get any applications there. Certainly, I know myself, I'm very pleased, the mayor's very pleased with the services, and I think the staff is all pleased with the services we've received from Kenyon Dyson, and especially with Hillary Evans and her associates in working and providing attorney services. So with that, I would recommend, based upon the mayor's recommendation, that you go ahead and confirm in the next slide the mayor's appointment of Hillary J. Evans as the city attorney and authorize the execution of the legal services agreement with Kenyon Dyson. And just a little history on the agreement. It's their standard agreement. It does have a 30-day out clause, so certainly, but it's open-ended and it's based upon their current rate. So.
Thank you. I would like to publicly open the public comment at this time. Any comments received?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we received no comments on this item.
Not seeing any other, I will officially close public comment at this time. Any questions from anyone? A lot of new council members, if you go to the Kenyon Dyson website, you will see that she is quite qualified. She's been with them, it looks, since 2016. And she works with, just a minute, let me pull it up, city for Aberdeen, Mount Lake, Terrace, Skycomish, Sultan, and also for Oak Harbor at this time. but she
And
has.
also, she just got Aberdeen recently also. I can tell you.
Okay, thank you. But she, besides being a prosecutor, she has done civil division in Snohomish County. She defended the county in a variety of civil matters, including land use and civil rights, employment, tort claims in both state and federal courts. So she is well seasoned, and I know that you didn't get to see all of this at the beginning because she was voted in by the previous council. So, any other questions from council? Mr. Hoffmeyer.
I just wanted to thank the mayor for allowing myself, Councilor Stuckey, and Councilor Heisen to be part of this RFP process. For the city administrator doing such a good job to include us in this, and for Judge Hawkins walking across the street and really helping us feel very comfortable in this decision. Hillary and her firm, they are rock stars, and as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, they have a whole tool belt of stuff. So thank you for helping us get this.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm mayoral appointment of Hillary J. Evans as the city attorney and authorize execution of an agreement for legal services with Kenyon Dyson PLLC.
And a second to confirm mayoral appointment of Hillary J. Evans as the city attorney and authorizing execution of the agreement of legal services of Kenyon Dyson PLLC. Any other questions, comments? Yes, sir.
In my last conversation with Ms. Evans, she did feel it was proper to clarify that there's no relation.
Good to know. We are not in conflict of anything.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to say that, yeah.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand at this time for the motion. Those opposed? I think we have it. Please pass on our congratulations to your firm and to her for us, please.
Thank you. Well, yeah, she was feeling quite ill tonight, so I'm sure she's sorry she can't be here, but I'm happy to fill in, and I've been really pleased working with your staff on the projects that I've done, and from the marina to some of the planning staff to some of the engineering staff, and yeah, I've really enjoyed working with your city, so I'm looking forward to doing it more. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for being here tonight. All right, 8B, 2022 Hot Mix Asphalt Overlay Contract Award.
Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Alex Warner, City Engineer. So this one is pretty exciting here. I gave an update at the last workshop, but again, to remind you all, we did get bid results for our transportation benefit district and annual overlay program funded overlays for this summer. Cost breakdown of that, we have $309,501 will be paid out of the annual overlay program. That is for East Whidbey Avenue from Ely Street to Kettle. And our transportation benefit district will cover $718,074, and that will be all of the other streets shown on this map. And the bids came in so we can include the bid alternate streets of Southeast Nichols and Southeast Passaic. And again, the work surrounding the schools will occur while school is out of session and be completed prior to the next school year beginning. And the downtown streets paving will occur after Labor Day. So I was really pleased by our engineer's estimate. That was, again, one we developed internally. It was $1.1 million. The low bid was $1.02 million, and the second low bid is $1.25 million. So our estimate was right on there. Craig's Construction is the contractor that provided the low bid, and they were confirmed by our staff to be responsive and responsible. So per our recently adopted purchasing policy manual, the change order allowance for these contracts are to be administered by the department director, so our public works director, And in that manual, it states it shall be either 20% of the original contract awarded or an accumulated total of $100,000, whichever is less. Since 20% would be approximately $200,000, this change order allowance is $100,000. So I recommend that council approves this contract award to Craig Construction in the amount of $1,027,575 and authorize the Public Works Director to execute change orders up to $100,000 in total. So I can take any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. At this time, our city clerk, or has there been any comments submitted?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, no comments were received on this item.
All right, I will open public comment within chambers. Don't think he's going to give one. I will now close public comment since there doesn't seem to be anyone, and look to council for comments or questions, please. Ms. Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm always happy when we can award work to local contractors. That makes me happy. So, and I'm also delighted that we are getting all of these streets done. So with that, I move to authorize the mayor to sign the construction contract with Craig Construction for the 2022 hot mix asphalt overlay project in the amount of $1,027,575 and authorize the Public Works Director to execute change orders up to $100,000 in total.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from council as the stated motion for the overlays, asphalt overlays. Although, any questions, other comments? Yes, please.
Just jumping on what Councilor Heisen said there, to have a local company that does the level of work that Craig Construction does, we are in very competent hands, and I can't wait to get some of this hot mix asphalt down. Pretty exciting.
Any other comments? I call for the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. I don't think I need to ask for the other. It passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, 9A, Whidbey Camino Land Trust Conservation Easements. And that is our Service Development Director, Mr. Cool.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Tonight we have a special presentation by Ryan Eltick. He's the Conservation Director for the Whidbey Camino Island Land Trust. And we've asked him to patiently wait for us. Thank you, Ryan, for waiting all night long. And he's got a presentation, maybe 10 minutes or longer. And then we thought we could do a question and answer back and forth to him. And then we'll take it from there. So go ahead, Ryan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ryan Elting, and I am the Conservation Director for the Whidbey Camino Land Trust. And I appreciate the chance to present to you tonight on our grant project for farmland preservation. And am I able to share my screen? Can I go ahead and do that? All right, it looks like I can see it here. All right. And can everybody see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. Whoop. I need to. My apologies. All right, I'm just trying to get my notes here. Okay, having a little technical difficulties on my end here, and I apologize for that, but let me just see. There we go. Okay. Everybody still there? Okay. Thanks, everybody. everybody. I'm Ryan Elting. I'm the Conservation Director for the Whidbey Camano Land Trust, and I'm here to discuss the Land Trust Bells Farm Expansion Grant Project. The Land Trust is a 501c3 nonprofit nature conservancy. We've been around since 1984, and we are based out of Greenbank Farm. Can I just get confirmation that you all can hear me here?
Yes, Ryan, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, thanks so much. The Land Trust is nationally accredited, which is just our seal of approval that we follow the best practices of the land trust industry. And we are almost entirely supported by donors who believe in our conservation mission. Over 95% of our operational funds come from donors who believe in our mission, and the rest of our funding that we use to actually protect land comes from grants like the one that we're going to discuss this evening. Yeah, we only work with willing landowners, and we do our work mainly through the purchase of lands, fee lands, and also through conservation easements, which are permanent documents that are recorded on properties that go with the land from owner to owner. So real quickly, the mission of the Land Trust is to actively engage the community in protecting, restoring, and appreciating the important natural habitats and resource lands that support the diversity of life on our islands and in the waters of Puget Sound. And the resource lands that our mission refers to are specifically talking about working forests and farmlands, and protecting farmland so that future generations have access to good soils to produce healthy local food is one of the top priorities of the Land Trust. Okay, so before jumping straight to zooming straight into the parcels that we are here to formally discuss today, I wanted to share the bigger picture that you can see here, which the Land Trust has applied for a grant, which will place conservation easements on 2 separate properties. The grant will allow historic Bells Farm to expand its regenerative agricultural practices to the Bells Farm North property shown here. And that
Ryan,
the Bells Farm North property.
We only see your initial slide.
Are you on my initial slide still?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Well, you see the screen. Yeah, right there. There's your second slide. Now we see your second slide. Yes.
Oh no, okay. I'm on my 3rd slide, so I will. I apologize.
Sometimes if you go up to slideshow and then from current slide up at the top.
Well, the problem is that I've got my slideshow is I was going through my slideshow on the other screen that I have here, and not having used this program before, it's a little bit confusing on my end. I apologize. If I could go through as I am here, if you can see these slides, even though it's not the presentation view, I think that's going to be the way it's going to work tonight.
That would be fine. You're still showing
Okay.
slide 2. If you're on 3, there
Yeah.
you go. Okay, thank you.
So, all right. So you see the historic Bells Farm, kind of on the southwestern corner of the slide, and then the Bells Farm North property that we're discussing here tonight on the northeast side at the edge of the joint planning area. So the Bells Farm North is the former Massey Farm, about 103 acres, and also the Beeksma property, 26 acres. Both of these properties, both historic Bells Farm and Bells Farm North, are going to remain in private ownership and managed under permanent conservation easements if this grant is approved. And that the easements will ensure that the land remains viable for agriculture through removing residential development rights on the properties. The land can be sold or otherwise transferred, but the conservation easement restrictions are recorded on the land and go from owner to owner forever. So zooming now into the Bells North property, here you can see the 6 parcels on the site. the total of the acreage here is 130 acres, right around 130 acres. The entirety of the project site is classified by the U.S. Department of Agriculture as prime farmland soils, with about 85% of that being benefiting from some irrigation or drainage, and the infrastructure for both of those is installed on the site. Here we can see the joint planning area in orange. And so you can see the three parcels, total 70 acres, that are within the joint planning area that are involved in this project. And I would say that at the time that this project was conceived, when the new owners of this property were making decisions to go under contract, and the land trust was making commitments to work with them on conserving the property, we were not aware that these three parcels were within the joint planning area. And in the future, that's going to be one of the first things that we do look at. But in general, the land trust does not work in the joint planning area. We probably the most notable exception being Fakima Farm, which was under conservation easement back in 2016, and that was done also with willing landowners that purchased conservation easement. On that was 315 acre Fakima Farm. 300 acres of that was within the joint planning area. Okay, under the current zoning, there is only 4 residential development rights. Okay, there's only 4 development rights allocated to the properties, to the 3 parcels in the that fall within the joint planning area. I'm just talking about that 70 acres that are labeled here. However, both these properties have been on the market for several years now. The Beeksma property in particular was pending sales at least twice over the past 2 years, and in both of those times, those potential buyers dropped out during their due diligence period because they determined they wouldn't be able to do what they intended to with the property. Here you can also see Island County's mapped wetlands. And clearly the largest of the parcels that's in the JPA, the one on the upper left here, would not be suitable for dense urban growth due to the wetlands on the property. This obviously the wetland areas like that are important for drainage and for filtering the water. And this is in a large watershed that goes down to Fakima Farm and Swan Lake eventually. So those waters need to be filtered before they go into Puget Sound. So getting kind of towards the end here. The land trust works only with willing landowners, as I mentioned before. We believe that this is a private property rights decision that these landowners wish to undertake by placing their property in conservation easements. We did speak with Senator Mazzal about this after realizing that that we were proposing these properties in the JPA, and he's fully in support of the project, not only because it protects the farmland, but because it's the private landowners that had sought out the land trust to protect it. So with that, I'll leave you with these photos of historic Bells Farm on the left and the Bells Farm North on the right. And I'm happy to take any questions that you all have about this project. And if I could just actually mention one other thing, the grant application for this project is due on June 1st. The land trust submitted that to the Washington Recreation and Conservation Office. And the council, as well as the county, received the jurisdictional notification letters that I sent as a mandatory part of that project application. Those require, the application requires us to give notification to the local jurisdiction. Does not require any response to that. But Mr. Cool got in touch with me and expressed the council's interest in hearing more about this. So happy to hear your thoughts. And I can leave this up or pull my screen down, whichever you prefer.
I'll probably leave it up at this point.
Okay.
All right, I need to officially open a public comment period for this section. Have we received any?
No, we have not, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, I will officially close public comment and then look to council. Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Ryan, don't take this as combative towards your overall mission. There is probably nothing else out there that would be more catastrophic to Oak Harbor's future. We can't build to the north because of the Navy base. We can't build to the east because there's water. We can't go to the west because of the Fakima Farm being in conservations and the protected watershed at Swan Lake. This is the only direction we can grow. I'm only one of 7, but I could not be more against this. And it seems that a phone call is needed to be made to Senator Musal. That's what I have on that right now. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, please.
I will echo the comments of Councilmember Hoffmeyer strongly.
Mr. Stuckey.
Could I get, not necessarily an opinion, but an idea from either our city administrator or Mr. Cool? How does this hamper us? I mean, what could this land be used for? I mean, it's on our doorstep. So allowing this to go forward, what is this stopping us from doing?
Well, I'm going to tell you that this is the only property that we have potential commercial development on 20. We would probably have more retail if we had space for it, but we do not have space for it in our current UGA. If he goes back to the map there, our water line goes down to Waterloo, the top portion of this. So we already have our infrastructure on there. We have discussion with the county in the issue with the airport and bringing our utilities south. Well, usually when you bring south, it only makes economic sense if you hook up properties as you go along. So this certainly, I echo your concern there with that. And so I think we have every intent here. We're running out. We already did a analysis on our housing study there that's saying we only have 10 years of urban growth area left. We should have 20 years in our inventory, so we really need to expand our inventory there. And certainly, I think the JPA, we've been after the county to move the JPA further south. It's at it where it's been historically from the time that they set it, and it really needs to go further south on the joint planning area. So I believe all that property really should be in our joint planning area. Unfortunately, only half of it is in there. And certainly I share your sentiment, and I know from a staff point of view, we have to look at growth and affordable housing and those opportunities, and this certainly diminishes it. And I echo your kind of initial area here is not to infringe upon the joint planning area, and I encourage you to follow your normal rule of thumb, and I don't agree with what was done in the past and bringing in and doing an exemption there with Fakima Farm. And certainly from a staff point of view, I don't recommend council moving forward with an exemption here and allowing property that's in our joint planning area to fall into this easement and have these restrictions.
With that in mind, I agree with Hoffmeyer and Evans.
Any other comments? Mr. Wiesner?
Yeah, Ryan, I guess, and I think everybody, I think I'm going to try and speak for everybody up here. We all appreciate Communal Land Trust. We appreciate what you're doing for our island, protecting areas. There's a balance there. though, right? I mean, there has to be a balance, because if we protected everything, then people would have no place to live. And unfortunately, the city of Oak Harbor has been tasked with the area in Island County, well, at least on Whidbey Island, because Camino has some density areas, but we're the area that has to take the density. That's our job. That's our job within the Growth Management Act. None of us really had a lot of input on the Growth Management Act back in 1999. But that's the task that we were given. That's the task we're assigned by the state laws, is to make land available for residential development. That's what we're here for. That's why, Oak Harbor is a city. And so, Mr. Hoffmeyer is exactly right. To the north, we have a law on the books that says we cannot build any residential developments north of 16th Avenue. That cuts us off at the north. I mean, we're built up against basically that border. East, we've got military. Anything that's south of North 16th Avenue, it belongs to the military. So there's absolutely zero development potential east, unless the U.S. government decides to start giving us or selling off some of their government-owned land that already has housing on it. To the west, we've got a major development, Hillcrest, which is actually in the county, which, until we get everybody in Hillcrest willing to disconnect from their septics, hook on the city sewer and water, and annex into the city limits, between that Hillcrest area and the Facamaw Farm acquisition, we're basically blocked west. Growth Management Act says we can't leapfrog. That is, we bring parcels in, they have to be contiguous to the city limits and contiguous to other developments. So that leaves us south, and we've known this, and we've known this for a while, and we've been asking, and I think there's been even times where we've almost begged, right? And we've certainly written letters and asked for the county to sit down, have the discussions about the southern end of the city limits and the future, how it's going to affect the city of Oak Harbor, but also how it's going to affect Island County, how it's going to affect these farms, how it's going to affect the whole look and feel of North Whidbey. And to date, that hasn't happened. And so all we can do right now is assume, based upon the no growth north, no growth east, no growth west, that eventually we're going to grow south. We'd sure love to sit down with the county and have some more discussions. Maybe those discussions could have prevented some of this, right? Because maybe we all could have been sitting down, a couple of years ago and talking about the future uses of these lands and where the city has to go and what not only is the city's vision, but what the county's vision is, because they certainly do have some control over it. But without having had those discussions today, we have nothing to rest upon other than what appears to be obvious in front of us, which this is the direction this city is eventually going to have to grow. And Mr. Obern's right. I think we've used Costco for an example for years and years, right? Because everybody in town says they'd love to have a Costco. Well, if Costco decided that they were going to come to Oak Harbor tomorrow, where would they go? And we've sat down many times in the map in Mr. Boburn's office, and we've tried to point at things, and the reality is we all come back to saying, boy, this area just south of Oak Harbor has the large enough parcels to do that. They're on the highway. The infrastructure is already there to service it, convenient to the citizens of the community, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted you to have that background, Ryan, out of respect for myself and I think the rest of the council here for the work that you folks do, which is invaluable to our community. The properties you've saved and continue to save and put into conservation easements are important, but in this particular case, there's a balance, and that balance just puts us in a position as council to say at this point in time, I don't think you're going to find that we're going to be able to support this, and hopefully this discussion with you stimulates that discussion with the county, so that we can all sit down and work together on conserving the lands that should be conserved and building out the areas that are going to enhance life for Oak Harbor and life for the people in Island County. So again, I just want you to have that background. We appreciate you, and don't take any of the comments tonight against your mission. It's not about the mission, it's about the location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is it appropriate for me to speak up?
Yes, please.
I appreciate your feedback, and I take it in earnest that you appreciate our mission, we talk all the time about balancing smart conservation, smart growth. We are in a difficult position in this situation as well. In that we work with willing landowners, and we did make commitments that they base their financial decisions upon. Considering that these properties have been on the market, I wonder why the city would not have tried to purchase them for this future growth, if that was absolutely critical, as you're saying. The land trust mission is to work with willing landowners to protect land, and I think these properties very much do affect the look and feel of Whidbey as you expressed. And I'm not quite sure what to do since these landowners own this property. They have the legal ability to do this, and they approach the land trust about pursuing this. We committed to doing that and submitted those grants. So I guess I'm curious why how the council would preclude private landowners from exercising private property rights.
I think we can refer to David Cool and we can kind of talk about what direction we want to go.
Sure.
Because the issue is we certainly can state our opinion on the grants, and Councilmember Hoffmeyer already talked about reaching out to our legislature and such. And so, David, you can kind of carry from what
Sure.
direction we want from council.
Thanks, Blaine. So the next step for you, council, if you elect to do this, is you could send a letter to the RCO identifying your position with regard to the conservation easement acquisition project. The way I phrased it in the council agenda bill was to have you direct the city administrator to send a letter on your behalf, or whatever form of communication you'd like. They do have a July 13th, 2022 deadline that they need to meet, I believe, Ryan. So probably want to send that as quickly as possible to give everybody time to absorb it and figure out what you want to do. So the game plan then would be to consolidate all of your comments and give them to Blaine, and let Blaine forward all that information onto the RCO and the county. So that would be a recommended process for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McCool. Myself as a council member, this is very, very hard. You're right, landowners should be able to do, but when the state puts on us where we have to grow and we're the ones that have to take all the population, this is cutting off our hands. We have tried when Marjorie Height was here, and so we're talking at least 8, maybe 10 years ago in the county to try to open this up, and they refused. And they have not let us talk at all about it. We keep asking, I think, just about every year to approach this, and they go, oh, it's not on our agenda. No, it's not on our agenda. So they're as much in the planning. They just as soon, I think, cut us off from building anything, but then where do the people go? Where do the jobs go? I mean, if they want to stay a bedroom community, okay, and I understand that, but it is really tying, and I feel sorry for the people, but, you know, there's property here and there that hasn't sold, but part of it is the economics, and then you have COVID hit for 2 years, and no one's doing much of anything, and a lot of people lost their jobs, and so, you know, and right now, it's hard to find people to do framers for the houses that we have that are trying to go up. It's just we can't find the people to come and to work. So I've got to support too that we've got to have some place to grow. And I hate to tie their hands, but we at least need to make that known, that and put pressure on the county. They've got to open something up and not close everything. And you can't have high rises. We can go up 55 feet. That's it. I mean, we're not going to have any mega apartments here, as you probably know. So I know, I feel for you, and that you've already submitted the grants, and yet we didn't know about that. So we're just finding out about it now. So I believe in the trust, and you do a lot of good work, but in order to have people who would like to live and work here, and this is not an expensive job, this is just teachers and firemen and whoever, anyone to have a house. We've got to have some place to go. So.
And we do absolutely do not want to have an adversarial relationship. And I understand, I completely hear where you're all coming from. I feel like I'm in a very difficult position. These landowners have made a financial commitment and purchased these properties with the understanding that we would be pursuing this. And I guess I don't know how they should be, how can they be compensated for that potential future growth. I mean, I'm gonna need to hear from them about how they want to pursue this from their side as well. And I can follow up with Mr. Cool, and we continue this conversation with the county, I think as you said, or where and with whom appropriate. But I'm gonna need to get to talk to the landowner and find out where this leaves them and what they want me to do, because those commitments have been made.
Mr. Cole, do you have a?
Looks like the city attorney.
Our attorney, okay.
Yeah, I might have some time to help you. I know a little bit about conservation easements. On a few in my days back. So yeah, I mean, Ryan is correct that it's a property owner decision as far as selling the easement, and there's nothing the city can do about that. It's a private transaction, but of course that's not the case with the grants. I mean, they're entitled to do the conservation easement if they want to. There's no stopping that, but they're not necessarily entitled to get a state grant. And so that's maybe the the piece that might be something that could change.
Mr. Cool, have you gotten a consensus from council or a direction or work with our attorney?
One question, I think.
One question, Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, Brian, I was just a little perplexed. The lot there on the corner, the Barney Beeksma piece, I think he's owned that longer than I've been alive. The rest of it that Bill Massey owns, I'm not sure when that was purchased, but it doesn't seem like that was the sole reason. So if anybody's listening, hey, a phone call from those two landowners maybe even. So anywho, I was pretty surprised to hear that that the trust was under the impression that that's why that land was purchased. Thank you.
No. Maybe there might be a little misunderstanding there. This land the Beeks have the property on the market for several years, and it was just purchased by new landowners with whom the land trust is working. So these new landowners purchased this property and own it, and made that decision based on commitments that the land trust would work with them to seek grants for conservation easements. Is that clear? Anything?
Clears it up a little, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Evans?
Do we need to make a motion to advise administration how to move forward with this?
That would be good.
Okay,
That way we-
I'd like to make a motion that administration provides a response before the due date, expressing the council's extreme
Opposition.
disagreement and opposition to this conservation grant being provided.
Perfect.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to provide written confirmation about the response from the council members that would be carried. And when it is written, will you at least send us a copy so we know what was sent out? I mean, it doesn't need to come back, but I think we would like to know as you send it that we have a copy of it, please.
Yep.
Question, Ms. Heisen.
Just quickly before we vote, it is every time I make a decision up here, I'm trying to think 20, 40, 60 plus years into the future. And as much as, green space is important, the fact that we would be tying up our only developable area, forever is definitely something that, that I don't think that we can, really responsibly do. But Mr. Elting, I really want to thank you for your professionalism tonight and for your patience. It's been 3.5 hours since you joined us, so thank you very much. And that is all. I appreciate the position that you're in. I hope that you can appreciate the position that we're in.
I appreciate y'all, and I also I do. I very much do appreciate your time, and I will. And I apologize for the tough position that this puts us all in. Not the intention, but I'm happy to work with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do need to call the question for the vote. All in favor of the motion? No one opposed, so it's unanimous. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Keep it under an hour, Chief.
Chief, could we have a 3-minute recess,
I was just going to suggest you
please?
may want to take 5 minutes. You can have 5 minutes if you'd
All
like
right,
it.
thank you.
You only have 5 minutes also.
Except for Councilman
Okay, if I start?
Yes, I've officially calling the meeting back in order.
Perfect. So Chief Kevin Dresker, Oak Harbor Police Department. And good news and bad news. Good news is I've got a 6-slide PowerPoint. Bad news is I'm following it up with a 50-page PDF. We'll just skim through that. So everybody got the PDF already in your pre-packet. I assume everybody's read it. If not, you certainly got a hard copy there for you. Let me try to make this as quick as possible, but still present. Vicky, who is not here right now, wanted to raise her hand earlier, see if I could go earlier. I told her to save him best for last. And by best, I mean the men and women of the Oak Harbor Police Department. So thank you for doing that. Okay, so I'm gonna go through slides here real quick, and mostly because I really, really like this picture, and I wanted to make sure I got it on there. So see, these are some of the responsibilities the Oak Harbor Police Department has. Of course, police duties, corrections duties, and animal control duties. Our department is divided into, and you guys stop me if I'm going too fast because I'm going to talk fast. Operations Bureau and the Administration Bureau, or Administrative Bureau. I put this in the air. This is up there. It's council's, at least the last one, based on vision, mission, and goals. What you see in yellow there directly relates to the job that the men and women of the Oak Harbor Police Department do, along with a lot of other people in the city. Ties in right with the stuff that council has developed and is moving forward with. I do have our mission statement, vision statement, and values up here. They're in the book, they're in our strategic plan, they're posted in our department. I won't read them all or go through them for lack of time. I also like this picture from Halloween. And then again, this is a breakdown of organizational structure. Operations Bureau is basically our patrol division, and Administration and Administrative Bureau is investigation, special services divisions, records support services division, police support officers, and corrections. And then this gives you the breakdown in personnel. Next one you see is going to be not that readable, but what I will tell you is in 2019 we had 38 staff. You'll see the second light blue from the right was our corrections, our jail. What we did in 2019, 2020, and even into 2021, we've modified our jail structure. We do not keep inmates in there overnight. We moved to temporary or a daytime, sometimes, but mostly it's just a holding. We currently have a agreement with Island County where we're booking people that are mandatory. The next morning we'll go and get them for arraignment for court or prelim. If they're held, we transport them down to SCORE, which is quite a ways away, and we have a contract with them. If they're not held, they're released. If they're felonies, of course, they go to Island County anyways by statute. So our organizational structure changed. We eliminated 2 corrections positions in 2019. Council authorized us to move from 26 commission officers to 28. So the numbers change. Of course, the cost for officers is a little bit higher. We did do a reduction in some of our jail, but we still picked up a little bit higher price or cost for that. You don't see it here. You see it in your book. In 2020, we had 38 staff, which was that trade-off I talked to you about. In 2021, when we converted even more, we went to a short-term facility in our jail. In 2020 and 2021, we converted to basically not holding people in our jail. Many reasons for that. Probably for another conversation, feel free to reach out to me. Many reasons for that. All of that was in consultation with council and the mayor and Blaine. And we were able to cut 1 additional position from our corrections in 2021 going into 2022. So we're down to 37 staff. It's not a cut that hurts us. It's a cut we made ourselves based on our need. So that's where we're at. I'm going to talk too long. Whoops, what is that? Was that the last slide? No more pretty pictures there. All right. So that's the organization chart. Let me make sure I refer to my notes here. I think I covered all that. Okay. So this is the report you have in front of you, 2019, 2020, 2021. Well, why 3 years? One, we failed on our part a little bit to do one each year, but those are also some years that had a lot of turmoil, a lot of things going on with COVID. Not a lot of excuses, we just didn't do it. But we did have COVID, and we didn't meet in person, we had a lot of things, so we encompassed it all in one report to make sure we covered those other 2 years. Why? Because they're critical years, there's a lot of changes that went on, a lot of things occurring. We also had a very high turnover in our department. As I go through this, I'm just going to skip through. We're going to just scroll through a bunch of this. You've got it in front of you. Chief's message, I want to talk briefly about that. I don't know if you've read it already. It's verbose. It's longer than I would usually write. I tried to trim it down. I got 2 pages off, which is now why it's down to 4 pages. I try not to delve into the political realm too much when it comes to some of these things because of my position. Everything I put in there, I felt I needed to put in there. I did discuss it with 2 people post-process, name of Bev and Wayne. I believe they're non-biased, and they said it was good and leave it in there. Of course, those are my parents, Bev and Wayne Dresker. So anyways, just I wanted to plug their name out there. But I did feel like I needed to leave it all in there based on my position, based on what we saw, and part of it is to try to give an insight to our department and to law enforcement. So that's that. We're not going to read all that. And right at the end, it kind of is more directly towards Oak Harbor. So if you read it, you know what that says. Mission statement, everything's in there. Again, scrolling by for the sake of time. 5+2, I think everybody knows, but basically that's our core philosophy. It's something we coined 4 or 5 years ago, I guess. And just some of our focus areas, which is basically schools, parks, downtown traffic, community, and then the +2 are calls for service, which are generated, people calling in for us, and proactive police work. So there's a current picture, or a picture, and that's going to be hard to center, so I'm not going to. That's in 2021, and that's without masks. We felt it important to also mask up, so we did. There's the same picture with masks. There you go, thank you. You know, we were pretty fortunate with COVID. We had some people come down with it. It was usually that later variant where it didn't seem quite so severe. We went a long time without any, and we've been pretty fortunate with it not being debilitating to our department. Okay, and the organizational charts, I've already discussed that, so I'm going to zip past those. And keep going. So the jail animal division. 15, I'm going to talk about that real quick. So staffing challenges, what I want to mention is we've had a lot of staff transitions since 2019. Most of the people that left were in 2021. Retirements, people leaving law enforcement, some Navy transfer type of people. Nobody left and went to another department. We're pretty proud of that. But we did have a lot of turnover, and mostly in 2021, 11 people leaving. Also, just for your information, I have 3 in the academy right now. I go to a graduation for 2 of them coming up on the 16th. We just had 1 graduate. We just had 2 laterals that came to us from other departments who just got out of FTO program. But for a while there, we're just now getting over it. We were running with 21 officers out of 28 authorized. And that was for quite a period of time, 6 to 8 months, something like that. Also, out of our contingent, we're only short 1 now. We've got people in the academy still need to get past the process. Basically, about 50% of our commissioned police officers were hired 2019 or later. So that tells you, and we're not unusual. This is law enforcement. I just read Pierce County, they were like 60 people down. And if you go on a news site, you'll see what they did to try to get their police officer force back up. They committed some pretty hefty dollars. So it's not just us. Okay, so that's that. 1821. So this just kind of goes through some of the hires and retirements. Again, you've seen that in there over the 3 years. Going to 18, we did department awards in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Different levels. We're really proud of that. In fact, we have an award ceremony coming up on the 24th of this month. And then we're also gonna do a shadow box for Captain Bill Wilkie, who retired. He's gonna come back to us, and we're gonna do a or a department barbecue too. So if any of you wanna drop by, council members are welcome to do that. You'll have to wear a mask. No, drop by. Just some more pictures. Make sure I skip down. Department awards, cakes. Accreditation. So when we got accredited, it was in November of 2020, right in the height of COVID. So they sent us this plaque and they said, good job. Most of the time you go to a conference they have every year and they present you with a plaque. I just wanted to bring this over and pass it around just to get, let you see what it is. We have this posted underneath our department photo in our department. We maintain our accreditation. We maintain all the files and everything we need to do because we have to reaccredit in 2024. Our intention is to reaccredit, so we maintain all the required documentation and standards that we have to in order to make that easier. And I want to mention our accreditation team who headed this up along with everybody in the department, but the accreditation team behind it was Captain Bailey, now retired Captain Wilkie, Sergeant Slowick, who is now Captain Slowick, Leslie Morgan, and Tammy Glover. They were our key individuals who helped bring the department to that level. There was only at the time like 50 departments accredited out of 270 in the state. I think there's now like 65, 70. There's a big push to get accredited, but it's still a lower number. Okay, let's get past that. Body-worn cameras, council authorized us to move forward with those and the expenditure of the money for it. They've been working great for us. We were prepared for some legal changes that took place, so we were ahead of the game with that. We do have an embedded social worker. We just reinstituted that where we have somebody full-time in our department who's a social worker working with our people. And in fact, I think there's a meeting next week, and Whidbey Times wants to do an article on that. You guys hear me okay? Okay. All right, so let's get past that, we did do a bunch of remodeling at the station. I'm gonna zip past that, carpeting, a lot of other stuff. We did change, of course, our patch. Top left is our new one, bottom right is our old one. That was there when I got here. Badge, same way. Everybody's seen it. The current one I'm wearing, our bottom right was the old one we had. We have 6 electric bikes. In fact, Captain Bailey and I were out on it for 2 hours today. I got a big mosquito bite here from friend Marsh where we went in and checked for this stuff. But they're a lot of fun to make it easier for you to ride places and then still have the energy left. And you get a lot of good comments from people. Our new car is black and white. Did you see it down there? That's well received. We're due for we'll be coming to council at the end of this year when they reopen the contract. We're due to have some replacements this year and next year, and we'll be coming back to you. Everything will be going to that design as we replace them. We did install an electric vehicle charger. You guys are gonna have to warn me if we're getting close and you need to do something, or I can just tell me to shut up and I'll stop. Okay.
I need a motion to extend, and Mr. Oborn, how much time were we going to need for the executive session?
I think we have 15 minutes, or 15 minutes in executives. I would go to 10:30, extend it, and that hopefully we won't go that long, but we won't have to make another motion.
Yeah, I can be done at 10:25. So.
Tara?
Yeah, I'm not going to take much longer.
Do 10:30, sure.
I move to suspend our rules and extend the meeting time until 10:30 p.m.
We have a motion and a second to extend our meeting time till 10:30. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay. We got it, pass. Nope.
Okay. Pandemic, I'm not going to go much into that. We talked about it already, and everybody knows there's been interruptions just like everyone else. We did do a major property cleanup in 2019. We're looking at potentially reaching out back to DOC again to try to do another one if we have the need, right? And I think we're going to have the need. School resource officer, we have a great relationship with the schools. In 2019, the school district committed 60% of our cost for our SRO. We have one SRO. Prior to that, for like 15 years, there was no contribution. They did 50 and then 60% when we asked them again. They're at 60% now. We're due up for the contract again. They're eager to do it. I think they appreciate the SRO services we provide. We make sure we work hard to have a good partnership with them. records and evidence, this is some of the processes, the paperwork they process, different things they do. We have a hardworking group in there. 3 records gals, Lisa, Lacey, and Tammy, work really hard in there. And Leslie is our evidence clerk. She works really, really hard doing what she does. And then, and I want to mention Meg. So Meg put together a lot of this, and I thank her for that. Contributions from others, but she did a lot of work on this to get that done. Okay, animal control. Officer Wendell is our animal control officer. He's also corrections, so he also helps doing transports. Yeah. Yeah, you know, today he went to a bird call. It was a goose. We got an eagle there. We got pigs. We got horses. I saw one in Oklahoma where they had 2 horses out catching a cow. Luckily, we're not doing that. They roped it. We're not going to get involved in that. Okay. Keep going. Chaplain Ron Lawler still works with us. I think you all know him. He does the prayer sometimes. It's a great job. In fact, he's going to go down to the graduation with me on the 16th because he knows one of the people graduating. National Night Out, we did that in 2019. 2020 was canceled. 2021 was scaled down. We plan on moving back and picking that up full time. Okay, metrics. You've all seen it. You may have questions on it. All I want to do is point out a couple things. One of the things is, as you see all the calls and you see all the metrics, I think a lot of you have recently done ride-alongs with our officers. So our officers are consistently balancing calls. When you talk about stacking calls up, our officers do it routinely, almost every day, at least during peak times. Our officers need to be good at prioritizing, or, you know, as medical field calls it, and the word escapes me right now, even triaging and multitasking. Today, when I was preparing this, there was like 10 calls up, and we had 3 officers on the street with some others helping. So that they do that routinely. It's not an exception for them, it's the rule. Graveyard obviously isn't nearly as much, but that's what we as police officers do. We're not unique, but police officers have to do that. When you look at all the calls, you'll see that. So just talking about this briefly, you'll see on the left is 2019, in the middle is 2020, the gold or brown is 2021. Just to give you an idea of those classifications of arrests and citations, you know, we saw a dip in 2020. We saw a rise again in 2021 for the most part, other than felony arrests, which is strange. I'm sure if we ran them right now after a full year, we're going to see a rise again. A continued rise. Just some cheery, happy faces. Calls for service, 12,532 for the year in 2019, a little less in 2020, a little more in 2021. At the end of this year, I expect it to be, you know, up again. Now, a lot of statistics on there. These are what we typically do for like a NIBRS report or different reporting systems based on our Spillman CAD things. Rather than trying to go through all those, I just want to point out like 7 of them. Disorderly conduct calls were up a lot in 2021. DV physicals were down in 2021 from 2019. Suspicious calls were up a lot in 2021. Thefts were down. I don't know why, because it seems like they were up. Threats were down. Trespass calls were up, and they're still going up. Pretty big. Verbal disputes were up. Welfare checks were up. You can look through all. There's a why. You know, I don't know if I can give you exact answers, but surely people being home and different dynamics have a different effect on that. Okay, let's skip down. Captain Wilkie's way too happy. He must have known there that he was going to be retiring soon. That's an incident map. It just charts where different calls have come from. That's actually on our website. And then one thing that has not failed or lacked that we've been lacking is community support. We got people coming and telling us thanks all the time, bringing us flowers, bringing us goodies, donuts, you know, and all that kind of stuff, and kids and groups and businesses. We've had a lot of support from the community, and we very much appreciate it. In fact, we got, didn't bring it, but I was going to, that little plaque there was the Large Business of the Year for 2020. Voted on by the Chamber of Commerce. We were very proud to receive that. And just some more pictures of that stuff. And then these are some pictures just showing some of our officers when they were younger and older. The 3 on the top there you see, or 4 on the top you'll see next several years later. And then Carl and Cedric both, of course, retired. And those are some retired guys coming out, and they do what they call retired qual in order to be able to, they qualify with their firearms. And there's Ron. Got stuck down at the bottom. Some more retired people. And of course, Matt Arney, who has moved on to other duties. So the rest of these are pictures. I did want to mention that last thing for me, got 2 more things. 2021 was a trying year with COVID, national and state narratives regarding law enforcement. Obviously, you saw that in my first, on my write-up. We did have a chance, I did specifically, working with a lot of other law enforcement and with our legislators. And then I'm just gonna flip through like 2 pages of this. And in a line of duty, I just want to point out there, can you scroll down? I thought it was important to put this in. You have Washington State there, and then you have national, and you can look at the astounding numbers there. And this year we're on track for record numbers nationwide. It is not getting any safer to be a police officer out here. Almost every other day I'm reading about an officer getting shot or killed. They just had 2 back east, so it's not any easier. It takes courageous men and women, people hopefully with heart and with that desire to serve, to be police officers. It's a very complex, dynamic, uncertain, dangerous, and sometimes unappreciated. In Oak Harbor, we feel very appreciated profession to be in at this point in time. And then the last thing, Citizens Academy, we're going to start that up again this year, September 1st. It runs 3 or 4 months, it runs till November 10th. So we had that before and then COVID hit, but we're going to start that back up. We've got that planned out. Sergeant Grau is going to run it up. If any of the council members want to be in it, be involved in that, you're welcome to. It's going to be every, I think that's Thursday night for 2 to 3 hours. And that's it. Sorry if that was kind of quick, but that gives them plenty of time for executive session, and I'm open if anybody has any questions on anything. And I need my plaque back too. Can I come up and get it?
Council comments. Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, Chief, so 53-page annual report there. You spent that entire report, pointing out how awesome your staff is. They are so appreciated. The reputation that your department has right now is pretty incredible. That hasn't always been the case. I think 5 years ago or so when you came to town, it wasn't quite there. And not throwing shade at anybody that works there. That's not how it was. So I think this is all just an amazing testament to your leadership. To see you be able to bring in officers like Officer Ritchie or Officer Wilson that were already in our backyard, that read the local newspaper, and they still want to come work for you. I think that says it all. So keep doing what you do, and I know I jokingly asked you a couple months ago if you would stay another 10 years, but seriously, I hope that you do. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I do want to point out that leaders have a job, right? But you have men and women in the department that truly, they could buck that, they could do whatever they wanted. They truly wanted to be excellent. I believe that they are. We have room for improvement, we always do. We base what we do and how we learn in our training and all that stuff on the environment we're in. We're not dealing with homicides every day, thank goodness. So, we have our areas of expertise, and we always try to be prepared for the next. Just did an article Whidbey News Times did on the active shooter, and I talked to her. And quickly I'll say it, I want to make sure you understand that you as council are part of attracting people like Todd and Chantel, because we need them, and you've kept competitive wages. you've kept an environment with that kind of stuff. And if it weren't for that, and I know that was one of the things that I talked with one of the officers about, that led him directly here along with other things. So that is very important as you make decisions moving forward in the police world. You know, I love Public Works, I love Fire Department, I love everybody else, but there is no department, I'm a little biased, but you all see it nationwide, there's nobody who goes through what law enforcement officers go through. So they are different. And I will tell you, they are different to a degree that should be kept into consideration. However you do that. But everybody else does a fantastic job and has that role, but law enforcement is different in many ways. And for sake of time, I won't go through those 300,000 ways.
Thank you, Chief, and please pass on to your total staff how much we appreciate, and not have them be shy if there's something they could bring to us that would help things.
Okay.
That's right.
So that was part one. I only have 20 minutes left of my, thank you.
Will this be online, Chief?
It is because of the nature, because of the fact that it was put up there. We'll probably go ahead and put it on our Facebook too. I haven't.
Your website, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured that piece out yet. Probably will, but it's also available in council notes for anybody to go in there and pull it from that right now. Yeah, aren't they great?
Good.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you for all the acronyms, too, the acronym dictionary.
Thank you very much. Good night. All right, we need to go into executive session. There will not be any action taken at that time. There may be action afterwards, but there is no action taken. And this is just a discussion executive session for about 15 minutes, and we will retire to the conference room and then come back out. Thank you.
Support.
I would like to convene the regular council meeting after the executive session. No action was taken, just some discussion. And I think we are finally done with our agenda tonight. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, we have to wait? Okay, 4 more seconds. We have 2 different times here. Okay.
Okay, cool. We're good. I moved. Go ahead. I move to adjourn.
Have a second? We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right. Folks, thank you. Thank you, staff.